And before I go into the detail out of the session of the today discussions, I really thanks the entire dignitaries who are participating in today discussions. My name is Sanjay. I work with the UNICEF Rajasthan office, and this whole program is designed and planned in partnership with the Rajasthan Police Academy and in leadership of the Rajiv Sharma sir, ADGP. As a part of this whole entire day discussions, a number of panelists, eminent panelists from the different states are to be the part of. From UNICEF, the chief will be there. Respected ma'am Santa Sinha ji will be there. From Rajasthan State, as a part of the moderator, Bipin Pandey sir, IG Civil Rights will be there. Harmeet Singh, Assam's Police, he will be there. Manoj Abraham from Kerala. R. Nisthani Siege from the Kerala Police. PV Sunil Kumar, ADGP from Andhra Police. Anuradha Sankar from the MP Police. Surendra Kumarji from Assam Police. And we have also brings the different perspective than the others who has been really working very closely with the police department. Miss Bharti Ali, she has been renowned in terms of child rights and the various kind of work that they are doing in the country, and they have done number of studies. She will be also the part of this one. Swagata Raha, she is also one of the leading researchers, and then she has done lots of work in the area of child rights. And the Soni Kuti George, he is from the UNICEF Hyderabad office, along with the complete RPA team. I don't miss the kind of the list of the participants who we expect to have a valuable input in entire sessions. With us, number of dignitaries who will be participating as a kind of participant, but I expect in the open discussion and the sessions, their valuable input will be the part of it. Dr. Rajendra Pal Singh, DGP Uttar Pradesh, he will be with us. Jan Narayan Singh, ADGP Uttar Pradesh, he will be with us. Dharmendra Kumar Singh ji, he will be with us. Ruchita Chaudhary, she will be with us. A number of other dignitaries. If I start listing it out, it's too many people who will participate, and the various participants from civil society and all. Just going into directly in the sessions, I give a little bit of brief before I introduce for the first session. This was long thought planned kind of consultation in which we feel that in last 10 years, before that also, but in last year after the coming up of the Juvenile Justice Act, then POSCO Act, and then Child Marriage and other act, police has also changed their way of working and then dealing with the children. And I really appreciate entire country, the police official has taken various kind of initiative, and then they have really learned through the process and procedure that is mentioned in the various acts. So this is the kind of initiative that we have started from Rajasthan. We try to capture the kind of some of it. I don't think the 2 or 3 hour kind of discussion is enough time that we can capture everything that is happening in the country and done by the police officials. But we try to capture key or some of the learning that has been happening in the different states of the India. And we try to compile all the learnings, and then this will be not only useful for the Rajasthan, but we feel that this kind of document can be also very much useful for the other part of the country. So the whole session is divided into 3 parts. We try to make it in a way that one is like various law and policy and act the police is implementing in the different part of the country. So while implementing this law and practices, they have also done some innovations. So the first part is all about the practices the police has been taken in their concerned state. So some of them we try to capture, but we also want to listen while the open discussion from the other states colleagues who are participating to share their view, and we try to take it out later on in the documentation we will involve. The second part is all about what kind of different tools and methodology and techniques they have used to train and skill the police officials. So kind of police academy and other institutions who had used this kind of practices that we want to go through. And third session is all about we want to learn from the various civil society organizations and the child rights expert what is the skill gap and what kind of improvement, what kind of a scope that is need to be taken by the police department and get it concluded in the terms of the further way forward or suggestion or recommendations. So I not go in details of the other things, but in the first sessions with me, Wang she is a child protection specialist in Delhi office, working on exclusively on violence against children issues, and she has a vast experience in working in many countries. She has worked in Myanmar, she has worked in Thailand, and she has done a master's degree in terms of international law from the School of Orient and African Studies, and she has also studied from University of London. So, and she has been working here for more than 1 year in the country. So, in first panel, she will be the one of the speaker. Second speaker will be, I think there is no need to have an introduction. Respected ma'am, Santa Sinha ma'am, because she has been also former chairperson of the NCPCR, so she will be part of it. And with us, I not forget to introduce the Raju Sharma sir. He is a DGP and director. 90 batch IPS officer from the Rajasthan. So he will be also the part of the whole thing. So now I request Chi to start with her opening remarks about the whole consultation and her feeling and view. Chi.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. I hope everyone can hear me well. And a very good morning.
I think you are mute. We are not audible.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Yes. All right. A very good morning to everyone, to all the respected panelists, guests, and participants, and dear Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Director of Rajasthan Police Academy, and dear Ms. Asmita Srivastava, former chairperson of NCPCR, and other guest speakers and panelists along with the session today. My name is Vanchi Pham, as Sanjay has kindly presented, and I'm based with UNICEF Child Protection Team in Delhi. Currently, I'm in Nepal for a mission, and it's a great pleasure for me to be able to tune in and join this very important initiative that has been carried out by Rajasthan Police Academy with the support of Rajasthan UNICEF team. So first of all, I would like to say that India over many years has put in place so many measures to protect children from violence, exploitation, and abuse. You have very progressive legal framework in place and have rolling out lots of policies, programs, and schemes, especially the recent missions that has been launched by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Mission Vatsalya and Mission Shakti, and also other very competent frontline workforce, including child protection workforce and allied workforce that has been delivered quality services to children across the country. However, at the same time, we could all see that children still continuing suffering from different forms of violence, exploitation, and abuse. And that happens not only offline, as traditionally happened, but it happens also in the online environment. And that requires us to kind of like reflect on different approaches in order to address different emerging issues and risks that can be harmful for children. Another part I would like to mention is also about the issue of crimes against children or violence against children. It's highly prevalent, but still invisible. We can see from the data, reported cases of child sexual abuse, it has increased 30% from 2016 to 2020, and 99% victims are girls. Among that, 96% of the perpetrators are well known to the victims. So that tells us a lot. Women, girls, and even boys are victims to lots of different risks and forms of violence in the online world. And I know that police academy, especially National Police Academy, has been engaging in a lot of initiatives on addressing online protection issues. And yet there are still lots to be done. During COVID-19, it has been witnessing that in India, a 95% of increase in internet searches for child sexual abuse materials. And within that, it has been estimated that India has been the source of 12% of these materials produced globally. Another form of violence that I would like to mention, it's about gender-based violence. And according to NFHS data across years, we have to see that 17% of adolescent girls in the age group of 15 to 29 were estimated to have experienced physical violence since the age of 15. And 1 in 3 women in the age group of 15 to 49, married or with an intimate partners, have experienced some forms of violence, physical, emotional, or sexual, by the husband or partners. We can see that all this risk, it has been there already before COVID, and it has been further triggered by the COVID pandemic. And especially that the COVID pandemic has further exacerbated the pandemic in the issue of mental health. So mental health has been not really much received attention before COVID. And with the COVID, it becomes a priority for especially among children and adolescents, and particularly among girls and children in very difficult circumstances. We can see that there has been an estimation that at least 50 million children and adolescents in India are affected by mental health issues. But 80 to 90% of these children affected by mental health issues has never sought any kind of treatment or seek help. So that requires us a lot to help children and adolescents and even service providers to further invest in quality services in responding to mental health issues of children and adolescents. And it's very kind of like hurting to me to see that in India, only 41% of young people in the age group of 15 to 24 actually believe in seeking help for mental health, while the median percentage globally is 83%. So in India, it's only 41%. So that requires us a lot to work with children and adolescents on these issues. We can see that also that in recent years, in the country, there has been lots of progress in addressing child protection issues. But we also face lots of new risks that posed by the pandemic. It is very critical to further invest in the prevention focus, and that is also one of the focus from UNICEF, that we shift the programmatic and the approach to be more on the preventive side rather from the responsive side. And in order to enhance the prevention, one of the key things is to enhance the evidence generation capacity in the area of child protection. And I think that we have the honor to support the National Police Academy last year to launch the Center for Child Protection. And I think that this model, it's a historical step that we can further support as a center of excellences to produce quality information, and also and develop quality training models that can equip police leaders and officials with necessary technical knowledge, skills, and competencies that require to handling emerging issues of child protection. We all know that police are the first responders when it comes to child protection cases, crime against children, etc., and especially children in conflict or in contact with the law. And the police attitude and response to child protection cases can have a dramatic impact on the immediate well-being of the child victim by preventing re-victimization during the investigation process. In the last few years, there has been also a lot of increasing emphasis on the strong relationship and convergence between police and other child protection service providers, and how best we can come together, ensure a holistic and integrated manner for the prevention of crimes against children, better treatment, better support, and justice, bring justice to the survivors, and provide a fresh start to all the children who are survivors, who are in one way or another come into contact with the law. We know that the police are only one part of the bigger, larger system. And the cooperative, coordinated, and effective involvement of other actors, such as Childline, one-stop centers, district child protection unit, courts, probation, community, civil societies, are equally required to have a role to play in the prevention, mitigation, and response to all forms of violence against children. I really hope that the consultation today, by bringing all resource people from across sectors and across police academies across India, will be a fantastic occasion to share the best practices in terms of child-friendly policing, successful capacity building models, innovative approaches, and also to help identifying emerging issues in child protection that all the frontline workers, including the police professionals, police officials, can be equipped and be prepared to respond. So let's work together to bring the better protection for children of India. And UNICEF, we stay, as always, a supportive partner, and please assure that we will bring all the expertise and possible support from across the globe, across India, to support the police academies to become leading institutions in promoting and protecting children's lives in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Chi. I think you have set the tone, and you have really highlighted some of the area that you talked about the prevention side is very much important, and especially children in conflict with law, the fresh start angle need to be taken into considerations, and so many more things that you have highlighted through the data and informations. Now I would like to invite Santa Sinha ma'am. I don't think it's much need a introduction. Ma'am has been working in this section from a very long time. She has been a founder of the MBA Foundation organization that work on the anti-child labor programs. And she has been a teaching line for a very long time in the Central University of Andhra Pradesh in political science. She has been awarded with the Padma Shri and Magsaysay Award, and she has also gained so many other awards in terms of working in the area of social sectors. Ma'am has been the former chairperson of National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. And I think she has been one of the social activists who has been very long association with the police in various forms, either rescuing children or being a chairperson of the NCPCR or other aspects. So now I request ma'am her reflections and the kind of input to make this whole consultation more fruitful. Thank you, ma'am.
Rajiv Sharma, DGP is here, and of course UNICEF Sanjay, and also several important police officers from across the country. I must say that Chief Ham stole my script. I have come prepared exactly to say what she said, and I don't know what more to say except repeat it in a different fashion. But even the sentences were maybe she copy pasted from what I wanted to say. But I
Such a
think
knowledge.
about children, the script is the same globally, and nothing new can be added. But what can be added new is the commitment and the dedication to get children their rights, their protection, their dignity, their safety, and that is why we are all here. Police are an important aspect of all this, and in fact, I would say an indispensable, force. The head constable in a village has the authority which even Rajiv Sharma would not have. That is the kind of authority police enjoy, and that is the kind of authority that people respect. So I think it is so important to understand the strength you have. The strength the police has as weapons in their hand is the authority that they have. It's not the other weapons they have. And if we recognize, if each individual police officer recognizes the authority he has and how people respect them, fear them, and love them also, I think a lot can be done. It's not necessary sometimes, I feel, to have the infrastructure, to have more and more officers. What is important is that whatever you are as an authority, which people know that you are, is used to its fullest potential, children will live with greater sense of dignity. I am saying this because in Hyderabad, some 30 years ago, the police came up with a program for street children and for other children without protection, the city of Hyderabad, and they called themselves Police Mama. And street children could go to the police station without, because the entire police force was at that time oriented on the fact that they are friends of police. And so there were posters talking about police mamas. And the street children were all gathered together. Courses were run for them through support of NGOs like MV Foundation. But the entire collective of children, mobilizing them, talking to their parents, putting fear also in them, helped us collect the children to run the bridge courses. And let me tell you, children just love police. It could never, I can't imagine that kind of a thing happening now. But since we are discussing successful police practices, I thought I should start with saluting the police mamas 30 years ago when this program happened. I also like the fact that this program is for a very positive kind of a voice, that we're talking about what can happen. We're talking about what police have done. Most of it has been, for me, individual driven, good police officer. And I think what we're doing here is the lessons learned from individual driven police officers at every level, how to systematize it, how to formalize it, how to institutionalize it, and see that children are protected. I might kind of, because now I'm free now, I mean, I don't have a script. So I might do something like, say, a moral science lecture, which you must have had in your school, and I will privilege my age to do this moral science lecture to the police people who are here. First of all, let me tell you that when we are talking about children and in this context, which again she had talked about after COVID, we are talking about a really emergency situation. During COVID, children were totally unprotected. They were hungry, they were pushed into labor force, there was gender violence, girls were getting married and many of these children who were in school in classes 8, 9, and 10 were again pushed into labor force. They had aspirations for education. They wanted to be graduates. They wanted to be college students. They wanted to also go perhaps into IITs and IIM. And all of a sudden, these dreams collapsed. We are in a situation of emergency, and I think we will have to work hard to see that the dreams do not come to a naught. and that we fulfill the dreams of these children for their future. So a lot more has to be done than what was done before. I think that is the first thing that we have to take into consideration. The second thing that we have to take into consideration is that these children are from poor, excluded, marginalized communities. And what they're actually seeking is respect. And I have seen how children who are poor are treated. I'm not saying by the police, but generally in the society, they face a lot of humiliation, they face insults, they face disrespect, they face violence, and they're not even called by their names, they're called by some nicknames that are being used. And they experience it in the public spaces, experience it in every day of their lives. Children don't like to be disrespected, more so the poor children. And I think this is a very important lesson that we have to take, that children have to be respected, and also that because they are poor, they cannot be further insulted. In fact, poverty itself is injustice, and these children are seeking justice to get out of poverty. And child poverty means not just income poverty. They have to get out of poverty in terms of getting into schools. There is a poverty in education. There's a poverty in nutrition. There's a poverty in hunger. They face so many kinds of poverty. Child poverty is larger than what we discuss as adult poverty. And they lack protection. They lack support. They cannot be responsible for solutions in their life. It is you, me, adults who have to give responses for children who are going through child poverty. So let us not equate child poverty with poverty as a whole. And it is our business as adults to take care of children and their poverty. Having said this, I think I will also have to say that, again, as Chief Ham has mentioned, that there has been radicalization of laws in the country. In fact, I'm sure the police also must be overwhelmed by the so many laws and the kinds of so many varieties of skills they have to attain to, in fact, implement the laws. We have the Child Marriage Act, we have the Child Labor Act, we have the Juvenile Justice Act, we have the POCSO. Then, of course, even if police don't have the role, the Right to Education Act, there are so many acts that have come up which are very progressive, which are very radical, which are actually transformatory, for which police has an additional responsibility. Having said this, I want to say that we have to recognize that it is not easy. Why is it not easy? Because there is a hidden power relationship when we talk about protection of children. We have to recognize that the path of getting children their rights is a path of resolving conflicts. And this path of resolving conflicts has to be in favor of children and not in favor of adults. Say, for example, just 2 weeks ago, I had come across a case where a girl was sexually abused by her father, repeatedly abused. Then she had to tell her mother, and both of them went to the police station. This happened in Telangana. When they go to the police station, the police is quickly, very quick response is enter into the diary and register an FIR. In the meantime, the entire society in which they, context in which they live, they brought pressure on the police and they said that why do you want to sort of harm the reputation of the family as a whole? And then there was even within the village a lot of influencing on the police, saying that don't do this, it's not good for the child. At this juncture, I think police have to take a point that they will not go by social compulsions. They will go by what the child needs and what the child's rights and entitlements are. And they have to see the power relation operating where the child's voice is being curbed. So I think that is so important. I do not know how much more time I have, but what I want to sort of flag is that you must be informed that there is something which I often call an adultarchy. People have called patriarchy when there is a gender discrimination and when there is a male dominated values. I think there is something called, I would say, an adultarchy, where adults have not learned to look at the power relations. It's so easy to slap a child. What gives the adult a power to slap a child? In our own families. I think that has to be broken. There is a greater responsibility that we have to break this power relations. And I think police in their action must break the power relations. Although we don't have to be explicit about it, it's so important that we do have come up with sort of many such examples where we are trying to protect the employer on child labor cases because we think that the employer is actually protecting the child. Simply no, that action against employer has to be taken. The child has to be in school. And when we send the child to school, a girl who's abused sexually, the school won't accept the child because she's already gone, she's become a bad child. So I think there's a lot of orientation that has to be done, that a child who has been molested cannot be discriminated against, and that she has to be given the dignity. She's not at fault. So I think these are the things that we have to do. But coming to some positive practices, which I have witnessed, would be the Operation Muskan, which the police has done brilliantly, I would say, in Telangana and also in Andhra. I think there's a lot to learn from the practices of, again, a coordination between civil society and the police as equal partners. It's so important to, in fact, highlight the equality in partnership between NGOs and the police. One is not a beneficiary and the other the benefactor. They are both working together, and I'm sure that will be shared in the sessions today. Then the Saki program, where there is this one-stop center, which I think has to be emulated. And in that program, you find that the possibilities of recording the statement through WhatsApp, through video calls of the magistrate, of the police, of the CWC, without re-traumatizing, without re-victimization. I think there's a lot to learn from the Saki and one-stop centers that are there, and the Bharosa program there. Then there is, of course, the district task force on child labor. They were very active at one point of time where the collector was chairing it and the SP was also in it. I think this will have to be emulated. Then, these are some of the very important, impressive programs that I have known. But finally, I think I would like to say that we are in the business of giving justice to children. And as I mentioned again, police is indispensable. What we are here is actually asking for justice. Raising the question, is it fair for a child to be out of school? Is it fair for a child to be hungry? Is it fair for a child to suffer violence? Is it fair for a child to be sexually abused? No, all this is unjust. And there are laws to protect children not to go through this rubric of insults and humiliation. So what we are here as police is to render justice to children. More than rights. Rights are, of course, important, but I think in protecting children's rights, we are rendering justice to children. And I'm so glad to be here today talking to the police, who are the key persons to render justice to children. Thank you very much. And I wish the consultation all the success. Thank you, UNICEF and Rajasthan Academy, for making me part of this program.
Thank you, ma'am. I think your valuable input is really very much critical for us to lead the today half-day discussions. Ma'am, I think you have really highlighted some of the points that is really very much important and great lesson for all of us who are participating in this consultation. That we talked about the disrespect and the respect for the children area. You highlighted that police is indispensable, and that is another area that you have raised. And I think you have highlighted 4 or 5 successful model: the Sakhi, the one-stop center, the district task force, Operation Muskan, So with us also today, Dr. Ilyas, he is the assistant director at the National Police Academy, and I think we will try together somehow to collate all the lesson learned and all these kind of the good practices and make a policy document. So now, thank you for your contribution, madam. Now I call Dr. Raju Sharma. Sir has a very long history, and I think he has served the nation in various roles and responsibility. Uh, he has been a long time in the CBI, and he has also headed the Center for Child Protection that was run by the Sardar Patel Police University in Jodhpur for the long period as a director. And Sir has been worked as a UN Peace Mission also, and has been awarded with the President Award and then other number of awards. And I think Sir has been a critical guiding force for all of us, and always pushed us to try to make the whole policing system somehow better and more effective. So today in this discussion, I think almost whole idea was in around led by the Raju Sharma sirs to create a child-friendly policing system and a system where the people who has really contributed a lot in this area can be documented and can be shared to each and everybody and can be collated, and exchange and cross learning can be become a critical part. So this is the one of the initiatives. So now I call Raju Sharma sir to give her valuable input in this discussion. Thank you, sir.
Sanjay, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So good morning, all the distinguished participants. I once again welcome Madam Sharda Sinha, and we have eminent people with us. Rajendra Pal Singh ji, DG Training, UP, GFAM. We have from UNICEF, Manoj Abraham, KPA Ilyas, Harmeet Singh, and of course Sanjay Nirala. So no need for me to point out that the issue which we are discussing today in this consultation is a issue of concern and priority for all of us. And thankfully, everybody all over the country is doing its bit and strengthening the child protection system as much as possible. Major leap in 2012 with anti-human trafficking units being set up, then followed by JJ Act amendment, and with the introduction of child welfare police officers and setting up of SJPUs. Amendments in laws made punishment more, added increased punishment, including death penalty in some states. But the number of cases against children continues to be a cause of worry. And adding to this problem is the growing instances of online crimes, which have increased from nearly to 300 in 19 to 1100 in 2020. So there is, of course, a need for us to pause and introspect, to evaluate our efforts and to see if we are missing out on something in our efforts and whatever we are doing. So today's consultation is basically an effort to bring some of the key personals who have been actively contributing, developing and consolidating the system's response to this challenge. It's in a small endeavor to get child right crusaders on one platform and sit together and take a while to look back, acknowledge the current status of child right protection system in the country, and to decide together how to take the next step to do it better by learning from each other's experiences. Needless to say, the subject derives much more priority in our today's day-to-day life, but whether this has been translated across to the constable on the beat. So that is a challenge for the senior functionaries to instill that kind of responsibility, to instill that kind of urgency in the mind of our people working on the field, that this issue needs their attention in a similar way as other important functions of police duty. Mental health, as rightly pointed out by previous speaker, is another area of concern, especially after a long spell of COVID restrictions, which forced children to stay at home and tremendously increased their presence online for either for educational requirements or for their entertainment. So in this background, today's consultation is of great importance and an opportunity for all of us to work out a way ahead together for a better tomorrow for our children and to channelize and synergize the energies which we have been putting in all through. So I will stop here, and because we have so many distinguished people among us today, and so much of experience in today's consultation, so we would like to hear them all. And I would also request the participants who are not among the panel, but since they are attending it online, so please do intervene, to please do find an opportunity to put forth your views and your suggestions whenever there is a chance, so that we can make this exercise more meaningful and we can compile the outcomes of today's discussions for each of us use in future to come. So once again, thank you very much all of you for joining and coming together on this platform to discuss this important subject. Thank you. Over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think the guidance that you have given, we try to capture and then note it down and make a very useful document that can be used for the further reference. Now with us to lead the second session, with us, Sir Bipin Pandey, sir. He is IGP Civil Rights, and sir has also a very long experience working on the various issues of children's and women's, and then especially the children who are traffic and all. So now I request Bipin sir to take a lead of the next session, and this is all about the intervention and the good practices on the effective policing practices of ensuring child protection in the country. So request you, sir, please take a lead. I think each and every session will be the 10 minutes from the individuals, and we have a 10 to 15 minutes for the open discussion and the question asked by the team members. So now it's handed over to you, sir.
At the outset, myself, Vipin Kumar Pandey, IGP Civil Rights, Rajasthan. Welcome all the respected seniors and colleagues and delegates from the UNICEF for this first panel discussions on national consultation on successful police practices on capacity building concerning children rights, which is organized by RPA in collaboration with UNICEF. Let me introduce myself in brief. I am Bipin Kumar Pandey, 1998, batch Rajasthan Cadet Officer. I am basically belong to Bihar and did my post-graduation and graduation from Patna University and Delhi University. Presently, I am holding the charge of IGP Civil Rights and looking after crime administration related to vulnerable sections of society, for example, SC, ST, women, children, transgenders, and of course, human rights violations. As you are aware that India is a demographically a young country, approximately 40% people are young. Therefore, creating a safe and enabling environment for children and adolescents must be the focus of any policymaker decisions, or we should, and also for the any enforcement agency, in order to explore the full potential of India's strong future prospects. As we are aware that at present children are facing multifaceted problems, particularly in crime fields, kidnapping, abduction, child pornography, different types of exploitation, child labor, etc. Exponential growth of internet and social media are posing new and difficult challenges for the security agencies to deal the child protection. And the purpose of this national consultation is to bring different police organizations together and share the different successful practices, capabilities adopted for the benefits to others. As Mr. Nirala has introduced, this panel discussion comprising of three eminent key speakers, Mr. Harmeet Singh, ADGP Assam, Mr. Manoj Abraham, ADGP Kerala, and R. Nisantini, DIG Kerala. In this panel discussion, all the speakers will focus on intervention and good practices on effective policing practices to ensure protection of children. In this discussion, I invite the first speaker, Mr. Harmeet Singh. Before he can take on, I would like to introduce about him in brief. An officer of the 1992 batch of the Indian Police Service, born to the Assam Meghalaya cadre, Sri Singh is currently Commissioner of Police Guwahati. He also heads Nagrik Mitra, the Assam Police Smart Social Media Center, and is a nodal officer for Shisu Mitra, a child-friendly policing initiative along with UNICEF and UTSAH. From 1998 to 2017, Sri Singh was with the Government of India serving in various capacities that saw him posted in different places, including Delhi, Gangtok, Moscow in Russia, and Srinagar. Sri Singh has specialized in conflict resolution, counter-terrorism, counter-radicalization, cyber security and infrastructure, child protection and child-friendly policing, disaster, pandemic relief, and developing communication and citizen-centric interface. His experience certainly will go a long way in handling child protections. I am inviting Mr. Singh to deliver his lecture or share his experience. Mr. Singh, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, there are lots of eminent people here, and I really don't speak too much in theory. I'm somebody who talks about the practicalities of life. So, with everybody's permission, I'd like to share a few lines from a pop song. Now, you would think, what is a pop song doing in an academic, serious discussion and a national consultation? But believe me, sometimes pop songs give you the words that you need to focus on for life. So this was a song which was very popular when I was a young adult. It goes such: I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us of how we used to be. So, with Assam Police, we've sort of come up with a slightly different concept where we've institutionalized not only child-friendly policing, and we are trying to reach out. And I must thank UNICEF for the institutional and technical support that they're giving us, and of course UTSAH, our partner, and a local child rights NGO whose founder Miguel Daskia is with me. I'll just make him say hello to all of you. So, child-friendly policing, we all talk about. Children are the future, we all talk about. But what we must understand is that it's the children's today that we have to secure. And that we can do just not by being child-friendly, but going in for child rights affirmative policing. We have to accept that the children have rights, and it's not just our compassion that makes us look after them, but the fact that we must protect their rights, make them understand their rights, and get them their rights. So before I carry on with my sort of monologue, can I request the RPA people to put on my presentation, please? I think the slideshow is not come on. Can someone do that, please? You'll have to enable editing on top, I think, to do that. Yeah. Okay, so just a nice visual. Children always make you smile. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, so I'm going to just run through these earlier slides. By the way, this was a little graphic we had made when we launched the Shishu Mitra program, which I will come to later. So we all know that there are two kinds of children that come into contact as per law. One is the victims of crime and those that are in conflict with law. But I have another category to add. That is the children who get left behind when their parents are involved in offenses. So we have to look at that too. Can I have the next slide, please? I'm going to run through the earlier slides so that I don't waste too much time and we come to the Assam Police Shishu Mitra program itself. So just a quick one. We've just sort of detailed, as our program is holistic, pardon my saying so, but our presentation itself is also holistic. So we go into the laws, we go a bit into the history. So we've talked about the Beijing rules in the UNCRC. Next slide, please. Of course, you know that India ratified the convention in 1992. Next one, please. So obsolete laws were discarded, older laws were strengthened, new laws enacted, and then came the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015. That's been strengthened, and that is the basis on which we as the police are working. Next, please. I think everybody's aware of this, but this is where we really have to put in our effort. That is the child welfare police officers and the special juvenile police units. The article that I've shared for the RPA journal covers these two aspects in detail. Next, please. Now, this is just a statistic that we worked on to see how many children are actually coming in contact with the policing system on a yearly basis. And as you can see, it's more than 5,000 children a year. Now, 5,000 children a year in 342 police stations, that's quite a bit. And if our police force is not sensitized to look after these children, whether they are in conflict with law or they are victims of a crime, I don't think we'll be able to bring about any kind of empathy in policing, and we really cannot work without empathy in policing. Next, please. Next slide, please. So, to keep child protection in the front line of police affairs and to realize the rights of children, our entire attitude, our entire mindset, our entire aim is to set up an institution which ensures that the rights of children are protected. It's not just looking after children in special initiatives. It's not just case-to-case basis, but institutionalize the entire concept of the rights of children being as inalienable as the rights of any other human being. People tend to treat children a little differently. We want children to understand that they will be treated better than anyone else. So we partnered with UNICEF and Utsav Rights and Child Rights, and that is where the Assam Police Shishu Mitra program began. Next slide, please. So it was launched in August 2019 by the then Chief Minister of Assam, who is now in the Union Cabinet. One of the interesting parts of this was, you know, that according to the Act, policemen should not be in uniform when they are interacting with a child who particularly a victim. So we, with the permission of the UNICEF, and we took the UNICEF colors, and this jacket was created, which is used by our child welfare police officers. And of course, Yasmin ji, who was then the head of the India head of UNICEF, was also there, but somehow she's not in the picture. I think she's got left somewhere at the back. Next one, please. So, okay, now what is our holistic child-friendly policing program looking at? Number one, esteemed speakers before me, including Ma'am Shanta ji, and she spoke about training of police officers. So training is most important, and we are not only going to every district and training, but we are ensuring, as I said, that we turn to child of rights affirmative policing. Social media is the idiom of today. If we are not there on social media, we can't reach the young people. And if young people and their parents don't understand what we are talking about and what we want to do for them, and they don't have a two-way communication of reaching out to us, ringing up a police station, helpline, all that, yes, coming to a police station, yes, but people find it in today's day and age the easiest to reach out to us over social media. So of course our social media program is a totally separate entity, but we have done a lot of work related to children, children's rights and children's protection and awareness on social media. Our reach has been huge. Okay, outreach with children to bridge the gap. We've been conducting, and by we, I don't mean just a few police officers across the hierarchy. We have convinced everyone. We've had webinars, we've had videos sent out all through COVID. In fact, you'll be surprised, we had webinars where more than 5,000 children attended, where we were helping and talking to children on how to go through the kind of trauma. Every adult was feeling the trauma, but you can imagine how a child cooped up at home was feeling the trauma of going through the trauma. And of course, there were the exploitation cases that came out in COVID too. I don't need to detail that, everybody is well aware. Now, care for the caregiver. A speaker before me spoke of the fact that police has to give care to the children. But what about care for the caregiver? If we are not looking after the mental health of our own policemen, if we are not giving them the right attitudes, after all, they are also going through anxiety and stress. So this program also looks at workshops for the police personnel so that we can look after and set right their anxieties, the stresses they go through, and their attitudes. Of course, one of the main things that our institution is doing is that we now have a permanent setup, which I'll come to later, where expert assistance is being given to overcome case pendency and ensure justice. Because what is our role at the end? Ensure justice. The social welfare NGOs, the social sector, the departments, they are there for looking after the children's other needs, but we have to ensure justice, because the child is not going to feel that he has rights till the child has got justice. So the key word is justice as far as we are concerned. Technical resource support. Every case related to a child from the center, which I will talk of later, is handheld from the beginning to the end. Convergence with other stakeholders. You know, you have the state legal services authority, you have the district legal services authority, child welfare committees at the district and state level, child protection units, children homes, open shelters, observation homes, special homes, the works. But everybody in all over the world, it's not just in India, I've worked in other places too, tends to work in silos. So unless you bring these silos together and there's convergence, you cannot ensure, you cannot achieve what you are going out to do. Child-friendly infrastructure. Now, this is something that's very close to my heart. So at the moment, we are going through a complete overhaul of the police system, which is every police station is being developed infrastructurally, and every police station, 72 we've already done, the rest of the 200 and something are going to get done very soon. Every police station has a child-friendly corner with toys, books, murals on the walls, posters. The child comes in, whether it's a victim, whether comes in with their parents, whether the child is found somewhere, a lost child, any kind of child. A child gets an environment in the police station where the child can actually feel comfortable and spend time. The content seems to have gone off. Thank you. It's back. So a child-friendly corner, child-friendly infrastructure in every police station. We are making the police station environment child rights affirmative. To promote child rights, to sustain the narrative of child protection within the police, this goes hand in hand with training, soft skills, and regular talking to our people. Apart from a formal annual training program that we have, as part of the Shishu Mitra program. We also have webinars. We also have, by the way, just to share with you, the Assam Police, we have designed and our optical fiber is down till the police stations now. So all police stations are going to be connected on video conferencing right from the Chief Minister down till every police station. So every policeman can be talked to, and our experts, our friends from the social sector are going down to every police station and talking to every police person, not just child welfare police officers, about how to be child friendly and child affirmative. Next slide, please. Just some visuals to make you understand the kind of stuff that we are doing. So these are not just workshops which are, I talk and you listen kind of things. So these are involved. You can see some ice breaking activities going on. So this we did for the Guwahati Police Commissionerate, and it's not just skills and competency that we are looking at. It's also attitudinal change. Let's not beat about the bush. The amount of negativity that a policeman or a policewoman faces in their life of work, a certain cynicism and negativity does step in. That does reflect in the work. We are trying to counter that. So you can see a workshop going on, and you can see it's a kind of an interactive workshop. These are things which are new for the police personnel themselves too. Next one, please. Next slide, please. So 300 child welfare police. Can you go back, please? Yeah. So we've had one round, 300 child welfare police officers across 23 districts, all districts of Assam. So here you can see Miguel, he leads the team himself when they go out into the field. We provide the infrastructure, they provide the technical assistance. Our police personnel go along and we connect with everybody in the field. So here, in fact, you have in the middle of the photograph, you have the DC of, I think that was then Dibrugarh district. Now he is DC of Guwahati. So we involve all other stakeholders also. Next, please. Okay, so we have 579 new sub-inspectors undergoing training at NEPA. We've already done a module for them so that when they come into the field, they already have the right kind of attitudes and knowledge to do what needs to be done. We have a lot of expectations from this new crop that is coming in. Our next crop is already, the process is on for recruitment. Next, please. So orientation. Now, these were the 5 districts that we found had maximum POXO cases. So special sessions were held in all of these districts for orientation of the policemen on what was needed. And in fact, one of these districts, Chirang, did a great job. They were able to rescue about more than 100, about 60 to 100 children who had been trafficked and were working as child labor in Sikkim. So, these orientations, this change of attitude, it's working. Next, please. Okay, so now the Assam Police Training College is being converted into the Assam Police Academy. We have a huge 1,000 crore project going on there. That's not just the hard infrastructure, but the software too. So the curriculum itself is being updated to incorporate child affirmative and child friendly policing from the beginning. Next, please. As I said, what we've tried to do is bring all aspects together, bring all stakeholders together so that we have a situation where attitudes change and the institution itself goes towards child friendly and child rights affirmative policing. So I was telling you about the social media campaign. This was one of just this YouTube campaign of 6 police officers had a viewership of over 7 lakhs, and it was in Assamese mostly with a little bit of English thrown in. Next, please. These are just 2 examples of the kind of work that we do on social media. These are 2 of the creatives. So now we have another set of creatives coming out. I'd also like to tell you that, the speakers before me spoke of social media. So social media is a major issue vis-a-vis child rights, exploitation of children, grooming, and then finally exploitation. So not only are we running it within the the Assam Police Shishu Mitra program, Assam Police has also started a major campaign on sharenting. That is parents sharing too much information about children on social media, thus making children a target. That, of course, is a subject for a complete talk in itself, which we've been doing at various places across the country and internationally too. But sharenting is a major issue, which I have even flagged with our local UNICEF people that even they need to start looking at, because sharenting is your next problematic area. Thank you. Next, please. Slide, please. Okay, so during COVID, again, webinars, that's our DGP on the top left. That's Surinder, who's attending this seminar. That's Diganto, who's now our Home Commissioner. And that's, of course, me. And 5,000 kids we were able to connect with at different homes, through schools, and talk to them through COVID about their problems. And in fact, some kids we found were kids who had come here from outside and had got stuck in Assam, and we were able to actually send them back thanks to this program. Next, please. I know I'm taking a little bit of time, but we are almost at the end. So, workshop for the mental health and well-being of child welfare police officers. So, these were separate workshops done to look after the mental health and well-being of this thing. COVID put a bit of a spanner in our works, but now we are up and running again. And again, the new round of trainings is starting in Guwahati. Next, please. Okay, so I told you about the 5 high-intensity districts. Not only was orientation given, but the experts sat down and went through every case diary to ensure that the cases went to their logical conclusion. Next, please. Okay, so the Assam Police Shishu Mitra Resource Center. Now, this is a complete institution that has been set up, and it handholds everybody through the case, the investigating officer, from the time that the FIR is lodged. Our experts are on call across the state until the charge sheet is filed, and then during prosecution too, the resource center handholds every case. I just want to bring one point to your notice that when UNICEF and UTSA first came to me, they were only thinking of the child-friendly jacket and a few trainings. And I said, no, if you want to work with us and if we want to work with you, we have to go in, sorry, for a permanent institution. And that is what we've tried to do. Next, please. So here's the center working, provides technical on-call guidance and handholding, which I told you all about, technical assistance to address case pendency, and mental health being of police officers. Next, please. Now, this is what's happening now, providing continued training. That means we are looking, of course, at annual, but we are looking at 6 monthly too. And now we are starting the next phase, which is research and advocacy. I just want to add 2 things regarding Assam Police and child-friendly policing and child rights affirmative policing. We've tied up again with Cyber Peace Foundation and the National Law University here. UNICEF is a partner in that too. And we are setting up a center of cyber forensics there, which would also focus on children. So the social media part, the exploitation on the web, everything will come into that. We've also gone into a partnership with Truecaller and Cyber Peace again for helping children and adults, starting with young adults. We have another program which is starting with Facebook, where Facebook and we are going to go to schools and sensitize children. So there is Shishu Mitra running, but we also have other partners who are being brought on, which is Facebook, Truecaller, and Cyber Peace Foundation. Next, please. So till now, the Shishu Mitra's Resource Center, which has been there just for a year or so, has completed 352 cases. Next, please. This is just reiterating our commitment every year. This is police headquarters, commissionerate, and CID office, and many of the police stations. We go blue every year. This is just to show our commitment to children. and to the United Nations that we are with them. Next, please. Okay. Now, it's a simple program. Our literature is there. Anybody can take it, any state can take it and tweak it to their local requirements, because every state has its own societal, sociological, cultural nuances. So naturally, A will not fit B, but A plus minus would fit B. So we are ready to share whatever needs to be shared. Cost effective. When the trainings take place, this thing takes a lot of money, but we have spread it in such a way that when the trainings take place, the districts pick it up. The resource center is being built. It's in CID. Right now it's temporary, but we are building a huge office space for that, completely modern. And UNICEF is providing the funding for the entire technical support. So together we've been able to make it very cost effective. So it's not or one lot of people who have to bear the cost. Next, please. So these are just, I know, up Hindi में कहते हैं अपने मुंह मियाँ मिट्ठू, but since we've started, we've received a SCORT and a Governance Now award. Next, please. So this is finally what we are doing, what we want to do, and what we will continue doing. Child-friendly procedures and environment for children, highly skilled police officers, time-bound investigation and disposal, speedy justice. Next, please. That's it from me. I'm as your said, I'm Commissioner of Police in the rank of Special DGP, and Miguel is here with me from UTSA, and of course UNICEF is on board. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't waste your time and bore you. I think you're on mute.
Thank you, thank you, Arvind sir. For highlighting the issue of creating child-friendly infrastructure in police working and emphasizing the need of using social media in order to create awareness and reach out with the vulnerable section. I think certainly what Assam Police is doing will be beneficial to other states, certainly. Now I am inviting Mr. Manoj Abraham, ADGP Kerala, for sharing his intervention, what Kerala Police is doing, and certainly his personal experience, whatever he is having. Mr. Manoj Abraham is currently the ADGP Police Thiruvananthapuram and the head of the cyber security in Kerala state. He worked as Superintendent of Police, Pathanamthitta, Kollam, Kanpur districts, followed by a 7-year stint as a Commissioner of Police, Cochin and Thiruvananthapuram city, and a 5-year tenure as IGP Thiruvananthapuram range. He has done a lot of work in the area of community policing and has also co-authored a book called Global Community Policing Problems and Prospects, published by Taylor and Francis Publications. He is also the architect of Cyber Domia Center for providing public participation in cyber policing, which has become a model center for cyber security in PPP domain. He has won many national and international awards in the area of cyber crimes and cyber security, which includes the Interpol honor, be a champion for child protection for the work done with regard to the preventing online crime against children. Online crime against children certainly is the major challenge cropping up again towards in the society and for the enforcement agency. Now I invite Mr. Manoj Abraham for sharing his experience. Please, sir.
Good morning. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. I am audible.
Yeah, thank you. Very good morning. It's a privilege to come and speak at this national consultation organized by the Rajasthan Police Academy and the UNICEF together on a very important topic of child protection. I'm sure that the eminent speakers before me, Harmeet Singh sir, and all those people have really highlighted the problem and what we can do in securing our children both on the online and offline platform, and what the police department needs to tune in the good practices that are there. So I won't really look at the problem. Can I have my PPT, please, if it's ready? We in Kerala Police, we have been a force which has been dedicated basically to children through various programs. We are a police force which has engaged with the children from the beginning, because we understand that children at that crucial age to become good citizens, to mold them, to ensure that the children who are going wayward, they need to be corrected. We have actually engaged with the children with various programs. The world famous the student police program, or if you name the Chiri program, or the CCSE, this online protection, or the HOPE, or the ORC. We have a host of programs which really concentrate on children. And we have been engaging with children, and that has had its good results in basic policing and protecting our children also. But I won't look at all these programs. My speaker after me, Nishantini, also will be looking into one of the major programs that we do called the CAP program. So I'll just limit myself to the things that we are doing online for protection of children online. That is the CCSE model that we have. So can you go on to the next slide, please? Next slide. Okay, you can just go on fast. Everybody has dealt about the COVID-19 pandemic and the increase in online crime. So I just skip through those slides. Next slide, please. So we know the key factors, what have impacted. This has already been discussed, so I don't want to dwell on that. We all know what happened during COVID-19 lockdown and how the crimes increased. Next slide. The statistics also, we know there has been 200, 300% increase in crime. Next. I think one more slide, yeah. Yeah, so basically there has been an increase in crime. We know what the circulation methods are. So on the net, if you look at, you have the dark net really growing up the last many years as such, but which has increased in the last 2 years of the pandemic, where a lot of videos, and that too local videos of Indians from Kerala, etc., being shared on the darknet, sold on the darknet, which makes the problem even more acute. We have the social media now with the encryptions available over the social media with the cry out for all kinds of privacy rights, etc. You have the social media that's totally encrypted, and that makes it easier for these criminals also to operate with these social media handles, the Telegram, WhatsApp, the anonymous chat groups like that we are operating now. And then, of course, we have the peer-to-peer transactions, the proprietary encryptions, the steganography, where you hide the videos in other pictures and then you send it. And you have various file hosting services also, the cloud storage, where somebody stores videos and pictures in the cloud, and you then are given the access to go and download this. So these are the current problems that are there on the internet with online crimes against children. Next slide. So these are the trends that we see, the new trends that are coming up, where we have the live streaming of child sexual exploitation material coming up for payment. This was there in Philippines and a few South Asian countries, but now if you pay money, you can actually, from the webcam, you can actually see a live content of any child being exploited, where you can actually ask for some things to be done. So this is another major problem that are coming up. We detected a few things in India also connected to live streaming of child sexual images also, where they cover the face of the child and then the exploitation is given live on the payment of good amount of money. You have Telegram groups also. Telegram groups, after the police started detecting them, what they did is they actually make it like a channel where only the admins can post. And then they really transmit all these CSAM material, which makes it almost impossible to detect, go into those groups, because you can't really do anything. The traditional police practice of trying to be a decoy doesn't work in such cases. Then we have the problem of WhatsApp groups being created by the fake numbers, Zoom bombing, animated this thing. These are all common things that has already been discussed, so I will not go into that. Next slide. So what we did in Kerala a few years back, 2017, understanding the sensitivity of the problem that a lot of online material, CSAM material is being transmitted through the social media, through the online medium. We actually started an exclusive cell, 24/7, a CCSE cell called the Countering Child Exploitation Cell. And this was a 24/7 cell, an exclusive cell, which looks into only online crimes and is working 24/7. This we actually started with a lot of international connections, a lot of international partnerships. One of the major partners were the ICMEC, the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Of course, we have a lot of partners in ICMEC, the Interpol, a lot of ICPF, the Bachpan Bachao Andolan, a lot of NGOs working in India and abroad, including the Interpol Center for Children. They all work on a platform with us, and we have been, because of those partnerships, because of these international connections, we have got a lot of assistance with these tie-ups that we have got. Next slide. So what we started off in 2007 with a small office, but then when we got a training from the ICMEC team that came down from the US, and they trained our team also in 2018, and that is when we formed a real good team, exclusive team to handle these crimes also. So this team exclusively looks into transmitting of the CSAM material on the online platform, detecting that, trying out all mediums, using various softwares, using various tools that are available, the social media tools, etc., and trying to detect who is behind that. And over the years, we have conducted, collecting a lot of information after that. We have conducted a lot of raids, which is titled the Operation P Hunt. And over the years, we have been very successful in this regard, particularly during the pandemic when everything was closed down and when these crimes also went up. We didn't close down our the CCSE cell. We actually activated it. And during the pandemic also, we were on full alert. We actually conducted a lot of raids throughout the state, and we detected a lot of cases, also brought up a lot of people in these cases behind the book also. Next slide. This is the ICMEC training where the ICMEC team came up and trained a lot of officers and the various tools that can be used to prevent crimes. This was in 2018. Next slide. This is how the team looks. Of course, it's a very informal kind of arrangement, but still that is how the team looks. We have a ADGP at the top, then we have a IGP, then we have the CCSE cell, which functions 24/7, collecting all this information. And then we have the various cyber cells, cyber domes, the cyber police stations now, which actually gather and which actually go and do the raids. So this is the basic structure that is functioning now. Next slide. This is the most important fact in this online world. Without partnerships, without interactions, without international collection, you can do very little. And the success behind the CCSE Center has been the collaboration part, where we are almost collaborated with every stakeholder that is available. That is, as I mentioned earlier, the Interpol wing, the ICMEC, the NICMEC, various NGOs, private NGOs also functioning in the field of child security. We are connected with the ICPF, the Indian Child Protection Fund, which is an associate of the Bachpan Bachao Andolan, which provides us a lot of software, digital skills, etc., and training also to do it. Then the Bachpan Bachao Andolan is also there, where they come in and do a lot of help with regards to giving us legal assistance and trying to look into the prosecution aspects of the whole thing. We have international connections with NICMEC and ICMEC, which gives us the tools. These tools are very expensive. If we go and try to buy it from the market, it will cost crores of rupees. But every tool, every software has been given free of cost. Looking into the efforts that we have done, they have given the tool free of cost, and even the training also to use these tools free of cost. So that has been the strength of the CCSE Center, where the collaboration has really helped us in functioning well, in being effective also. Next slide. This is also another training session that the ICMEC people came and gave to the police in 2019. They regularly come because this is an area. Online crimes becomes getting more complicated, more technical as days goes by. You can't rest on a single training. Every year you find new modus coming in, and the technicality, the complexity of the problem keeps on growing. And so it's very essential that refresher training in between the in-service trainings are continuously given to your team if they want to remain abreast with that changing technology. Next. So if you look at the last 2 years itself, we have conducted around 1,210 searches on Pakka information that's based on the information collected. We have registered around 548 cases and 442 people already arrested, which is a phenomenal number considering the online crimes against children only in Kerala. So that is a major problem, and this is everywhere. It's not that when I talk of Kerala, it's not a problem that is Kerala specific. There's a global problem. It's there everywhere. When we look at the various tools that we use to handle these crimes, we can actually geographically limit it to any area, and we find that this problem is acute everywhere. And this model itself is to just show that we need to really wake up at all these places and ensure that these crimes are really detected, because generally no complaints come up in this case. In these cases where images or videos are being transmitted, you can rest assured that very few complaints will come up. So the traditional way of getting a complaint and then going and detecting those cases will not work. The police has to take a lot of suo motu action to detect these cases and bring the culprits to book. Next. We arrest a lot of admins also in child pornography cases. We try to get to the root so that the admins don't repeat that mistakes. We give a lot of publicity also to ensure that these people don't indulge in their crimes. A lot of social media groups we have detected, particularly related to Kerala. Of course, we get a lot of groups that are operating from other parts of the country, other parts of the globe. But at least those that are operating from Kerala, we have detected and put them behind bars. Next slide, please. So what another strategy that we have adopted is not only detection, we have given a lot of publicity to all the activities that we do, not to beat our back or saying that we have done a great force, but the deterrence part is there. When you catch somebody, when you give a lot of publicity on that, saying that in spite of all the encryption tools that you use, in spite of all the Tor or other VPN that you're using, we are able to get to you. So that is a big deterrence to the many of the criminals that are there. Of course, the hardcore will never go through, but still it's a deterrence to many people who are on the pipeline that the police is very active and they can get through all these encryptions. They're using a lot of tools. So there is a lot of deterrence in the state. Also, we see a definite decrease after we conduct a raid. At least for 6 months, we see the activity in this regard has really gone down. And so the publicity angle also is very important, where through the social media, Harmeet Singh sir was saying also that you need to use your social media also very effective, where publicity really helps in deterrence and in spreading the message, inviting complaints also. That is also very important when we are handling children on the online platform. Next slide. Then by the success of this, we actually opened up a CCSA center, which you see in the background. The Honorable CM came and opened an exclusive center where we have people looking into these crimes only on the online platform 24/7. So this was also another successful move that we did last year. Next. The tools that we use in CCSE, I just wanted to mention it to you. Next slide. The important part is we have not spent even one paisa on all these tools. Some of them are, of course, the free tools that are available, but all other tools have been given free of cost by the international agencies that are working with us. They are ready to give it to any police force that shows the determination or the intent to really work in this regard. Many of these tools are very expensive tools, which will require a lot of money to really purchase from the open market, but these tools have been given free of cost to us. Tor, of course, you know, ICA Corps is one tool where you can actually geofence these sites. Suppose I want to identify who is going into these sites that are uploading, downloading CSAM material. Right now, with the IP address, I can go to this ICA Corps site, I can geofence it to Kerala, and immediately live I'll get which are the IP addresses that are accessing those sites right now. And through those IP addresses, you can actually go and track it down. It's a direct tool that is available, run by many countries, and it is given free of cost. Apart from that, Solis is another such site, which is a dark web keyword searching site, which is also given free of cost to us from the European Union. You have the XF, of course, some of these, I think many of the social media cells, the cyber cells must be using. You have the image manipulation editing, the GIM tool, the InPaint tool. Aviator is also another such tool where the data processing tool, which is given by a group of countries in Europe, free of course. They are developing it also. That's another dark web analysis tool also, which is being used by Kerala Police to a great extent. Next slide. Next. ICA Corps, as I mentioned, is supported by the National Crime and Justice Training System. This I encourage every police force to actually use. This is a very straightforward tool, very useful tool where you can identify people directly through the IP address. The IP address will automatically be detected immediately. You can know who are the biggest users or downloaders or uploaders of CSAM material in any state, any place as such, just by using the tool that is available. And the ICA Corps is an agency which is ready to give it to any police force that shows the dedication to use it based on the conditions. It's a very useful tool. So I encourage most of the police forces to really contact them. And if you have any problems, you can get in touch with me. I can put you to the right person to get the credentials for this tool also. Next slide. Of course, in Cyberdome also, we have a secure site where people can report suspicious activity also, because many people in the social media, etc. You need to have an anonymous place where people can come and without giving out their credentials, report some activity. So we have a reporting portal. We have one of the biggest social media following anywhere in the globe in our Facebook pages, in our other social media pages also. That's another important means where we get a lot of information from the members of the public also, that child pornographic material is being distributed or being transmitted by this person or that person. So that medium also is there where you get a lot of information from the public. Next. Next slide, please. This is, of course, the 8 steps. This is standard steps that we utilize to do that. From steps where the child is abused, we come to know the information that photos or videos are being uploaded on the material. It is shared online, then it is discovered by the police. We actually are tied up with the Interpol's ICC database, where we try to search for the material that is there, whether it has already been marked by the ICC database. If it's not there, if it's a new thing, we upload it. And then we catch the culprit, and then we take it back. We try to get the video or the photograph deleted from that site using the ICSC and the Interpol also. So these are the 7-8 steps that we utilize. We know most of the steps. It is known to all the police officers because these are the standard steps that we utilize in any cybercrime investigation. Next slide. On the positive side also, it is this just not catching. We have a positive program called the Kids Glow program, which is a positive program where we go to schools, we conduct online classes for protecting children also, because you have to tell them that you should not become victims of cyber crimes also. This we have tied up with the Australian E-Safety Commissioner, who provides all the resource material, the things that are available to run these courses. We go both online and offline. We have a portal running where children can come in and they can attend a course and get a certificate. It's not only children, the teachers have a course, the parents have a course, because these three are parents, teachers, and students. All three are important stakeholders in ensuring that the children are protected on the online platform. And this is also a program very popular in Kerala. We run it through the schools. We run it online also, particularly during this when the sessions are online. And this is for protecting children, saying they should take up all those do's and don'ts when they are going in the online platform, so that they don't become a victim to crime. We tell them about the various principles of no touch and how they should be safe on the social media also. Next slide, please. And some of the challenges that we face, that also I just wanted to make you aware, because most of you will also face the same thing. When you look into these problems, you will have millions of online sexual image content, the videos, etc., that is being seized by the police officers each time. Now, many of these pictures, many of these videos are of children. They are from India, they are from Kerala, because they will be speaking in Malayalam. They'll be having those local factors that will help you identify. But it's very difficult to identify the children, because you need to understand that that child may be continuing to be exploited. So identification of these children is also very important. Now we have, so for victim identification, we have tied up with a project called Project Vic, which operates from Canada, where we are trying to digitally identify using a lot of software and tools, trying to digitally identify the children that are there available in those videos, because you just can't go and show the picture to anybody and try to identify the child. So that project is also on, where it's one of the major things. And this huge amount of data that is available, that is also a very impossible problem for the forensic expert. Though we have detected almost 500, 600 cases, we have been able to send only a few cases to the courts because of the challenge of the forensic expert examining all these sheer amount of CSAM material. So we require a lot of forensic experts. We require a lot of tools where they can identify these CSAM material, get it the forensic reports out in record time, so that we can charge sheet these cases also. So that's another challenge when you go and detect a lot of cases. Another challenge is the forensic, the shortage of forensic staff and the tools that are available. So that is another challenge that is available, which should be a challenge to everybody. More and more encryptions are coming up in technology, and so this is a constant field where we need to really, it's a constant cat and mouse game where the technology has to change. We also have to change. As more encryptions come in, more technicalities come in, we have to change our tools also. We have to change we have to make our team also more equipped to handle the latest things. Then, of course, on the online platform, the geographical distance and the world being without borders is another problem, where we need to tie up. The police forces around the world, around the country, need to tie up if we want to find out a lasting solution to quell this problem in the bud itself. So these are the primary challenges that we have. Of course, the main message that I want to give is this problem is very acute. This problem is there everywhere. And so a dedicated effort is required in the online platform to ensure that our children are safe. When we are going more online, when all the resources, when our life itself is going on from the offline platform to the online platform, it's all the more important that we work in this regard and ensure that our children are safe on the online platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of engaging children in various programs and counter child sexual exploitation cell to deal online crimes against children and child pornography. Now, third and the last speaker is R. Nishantini, DIG Police Kerala. Presently, she is holding the charge of DIG Thiruvananthapuram range, along with Commandant Women Battalion and Additional Director of Social Policing. After doing academics in engineering, she joined IPS in the year of 2008. Later on, she has mastered in International Child Studies from King's College, London. Now I invite Nishantini to share her experience. Please. Be brief because we are running short of time. Running short on time, we will invite some questions from participants also. So please go ahead.
Morning, sir. Can you see my slides, sir?
Yes, it's visible.
Sir, morning. I'm Nishantini, the respected seniors, panelists, members from UNICEF and other participants. A very good morning to all of you. At the outset, it is indeed a great privilege that National Consultation organized by our Rajasthan Police Academy in partnership with UNICEF participating in this is really a great privilege. At the outset, I thank UNICEF for their continuous support in all our efforts. And I thank Mr. P. Vijayan, who is the masterbrain behind all the projects that I'm going to present. He's the Director of Social Policing Division. I'm here to present the Kerala model towards care, protection, and development of children. These are the fundamental philosophy that we really believe in. The enforcement of law. Of course, being a law enforcement agency, we do that. Besides enforcement, for the protection of children, we also empower children in society and engage with stakeholders. To achieve this fundamental philosophy, we have social policing division in Kerala Police, which has a lot of division, including the community policing projects, but one among us which works for the child-related projects. So, which is transform police service in the safety of quality of life, safety and quality of life. So safeguarding their legal rights, basically it involves all the community and stakeholders participation. That's what we intend to achieve. I'm going to run through some core projects of that Kerala model has presented. Care protection, student police cadet, child-friendly police station, school protection group, HOPE. Fifth such project is Chiri. These are projects that we have implemented during the pandemic time. Number one, the student police cadet program, which is applauded internationally, as we know, which is it enables the school students to evolve as a responsible and capable citizens. So this is a great platform of questions where we involve Department of Education, Health, local self-government, forest, excise, tribal department, scheduled caste department, civil societies, and UNICEF too. So when we see this page, we can really see that what are the activity and outcomes that we are intending to achieve. We have tried to touch upon all the dimensions of the child development, be it physical, emotional, ethical, intellectual, enterprise, societal, environmental. So we are trying to include each and every dimension, some activity, some or the other activity, wherein we try to get the outcomes, individual outcomes, which in turn benefits the community, and the universal outcomes. So our framework is very clear that what we are trying to do and how we are trying to move this young citizens of the country. Second such initiative is child-friendly police station. This is our child-friendly police station. Basically, the objective is to create a wall of protection to every child. Sir, is my child moving? Is my slide moving with my presentation, sir? Sir? Is my slide moving, sir, with the presentation?
Slide is moving, Ishan. Slide is moving.
Yes, it is moving, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So this is the second project, child-friendly police station, which the objective is to create an invisible wall of protection for every child through active partnership of teachers, stakeholders in the society. We try to, these are the key principles of police station. It is like enforcement of law, being the law enforcement agency, and it facilitates as a mentor, like children to become a responsible citizen, like through our SPC project, Student Police Cadet Project. It facilitated by involving the stakeholders in achieving the best interest of children. It also plays the role of promoter, especially the child rights. We have Child Rights Ambassador Program, which is supported by UNICEF. Through SPC, Student Police Cadet Programs, we are trying to convert them as child rights ambassadors. So that is in pipeline, which we are trying to do it in this quarterly. And finally, our child-friendly police station serves as a knowledge hub where we try to identify the problem and try to test the solutions and implement in a big way as a holistic project. This is how our child-friendly police station should be. Have child welfare officers and W as a women police officer, also as an assistant child welfare officer. So there is almost 120 station across Kerala has this facility. So we have child-friendly space to talk with the children. As we know, children come to police station for various purposes. So we get missing children, we get children as with the juvenile delinquent behavior, and we get children coming along with petitioners. So they are provided a space to be comfortable with. So that the police space is serving a lot more purpose than being a small space. So we have a lot of informative posters where they are aware of their own rights and the acts related to issues relating to children. Number 3 are school protection groups. The school protection groups are very active in the school days. We have this school head as a chairman, and the local SHO will be the convener of this project. So every month, this school protection group convene a meeting to understand the problems where even the school leaders participate and represent the problems in that local area, including the shops that selling the narcotic substances and gundas, or someone who is trying to recruit the young children for criminal activities. So we have a lot of information by conducting this meeting. Our SHOs are attending school protection groups meet regularly. So these are the basic duties of SPGs: get information regarding the supply of narcotic substances, pornographic material, all those stuff, to keep watch over the persons who befriend children. Number 4 is our HOPE project, the prestigious project we can call Help Others to Provide Education. This is a project which we go out of the school. Like our projects are not sticking to the schools alone. We go out of the school. We really understand that average 95% of this public examination. They have been recognized, that rest 5% children, they are nobody appreciate, nobody recognize them, nobody accept them. They feel a lot of rejection in the society. And this is where we need to concentrate, because they are the potential criminal, they tend to develop potential criminal activities or behavior. So the Kerala police understands that the world is not meant only for those who succeed in everything. This world is meant to enable to succeed as well. So what we understood is not only used less. So this is our project HOPE, where we involve civil societies. It's basically we identify the dropout school children and children who failed in 10th standard and 12th standard. We have HOPE learning centers in collaboration with stakeholders, where they conduct classes. So it's only we serve as an invisible wall of protection. Like we identify the children and they are regularly go a lot of confidence and self-worthiness among the children. We have a lot of role models, or in fact the ambassadors of Project HOPE who has strived and who has become better in their life. So over 5,000 students have achieved success since 2017. So this is how it works. We have local HOPE units. Police will only be the facilitator, where the HOPE Learning Center, the teachers, retired teachers, and volunteers who come and teach in the HOPE Learning Center. Wherever we don't have HOPE Learning Center, we use the child-friendly police space for children to come and study, sit there, spend their time, and the resource person also come here. And wherever the children cannot go, that home visits by team members. If the child is not coming to the HOPE Learning Center for continuously for some time, then our policemen, as a part of house visits, they go visit the child and understand what is the problem. So that way we are able to get maximum success in bringing up the children who are out of school. Though it's not a formal education, it's helping a long way to achieve the formal education. So it's basically focuses on strength and difficulty. We understand that they have problem. We try to teach them. That is, our HOPE Learning Centers are equipped, and we conduct refresher courses. We continuously motivate them. The purpose of this thing is to basically to provide self-confidence. So we really motivate them by our consistent motivation classes. These are the things that we try to do with the HOPE. And the future roadmap that we are planning is to converge with departments that provide skill-based training to our HOPE alumni. There are around 1,200 every year they pass out from this, and almost now for 2017, 5,000 people have passed out, 5,000 children have passed out through our HOPE project, that they have succeeded in clearing the exams of 10th and 12th. So now, whoever is willing to come for the skill-based training, we are trying to identify the agencies, and we are facilitating their the smooth transition from their education to the skill-based training through entrepreneurship. This is the fifth project that this is Chiri. So when the schools were closed, when the pandemic was on, like we really want to reach out to children. We understand that this 66 children committed suicide during lockdown in January to June 2020. So schools were closed with minimum social interaction. Children were experiencing mental stress, anxiety, and other mental health issues. We could understand problem faced by the children, and really we don't know how to reach. Almost all the child services are shut because they are not able to reach out the children. So this is where our intervention has come. The Kerala Police is innovative in bringing a Chiri helpline, which is inaugurated by our Home Chief Minister of Kerala on July 2020. We have set up a dedicated helpline number and call center as a CAP house, Children in Police House, that we have. This basically receives call. This is the objective is to address the behavioral, emotional, and interpersonal challenges of children during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is our number, Chiri helpline 9497900200. This has been widely circulated, and every child almost they know this number, that in case of any distress, they are ready to call. This is functioning in 24/7 at CAP House. We have trained police personnel to hear the call, and we have the psychologist, psychiatrist on call to attend. They're all volunteers. They work with us. They're stakeholders again. So we actually receive, this is how it works. Chiri helpline, we receive the call, and these are the major areas where we need to intervene. Police intervention in case of any cognizable offense revealed by the child in the call, then we immediately direct that call to police station. The police station will get in touch with the child, and we ensure that the case is registered promptly. And the education support, of course, when the children are new to the online mode of education, so they had a lot of problems in education, like they are not able to understand, they're not getting any this thing. So those things are supported through our SPC community, student police community, where we have set up peer mentor group. The children who are trained again, this SPC cadets who are trained again, were there to give an on-call support to them through education. And the elder mentors, again, the teachers who were there, they were also trained to support how to give on-call support. And third issue that we had is family issues, where we have a DCRC counselor that I will be presenting, the domestic conflict resolution. So we have a dedicated setup to address the family issues of the children. Fourth is a psychological intervention. Again, the psychologist and psychiatrist, they were really volunteering, a group of volunteering community. They worked with us. Some of the NGOs had really contributed with us. Whenever the Chiri helpline call comes, when we identify that, the psychologist identify that this child needs psychiatric intervention, then immediately those will be passed on to the psychiatrist. This setup we have in every district. We have a pool of people who work for this. Every district in Kerala has this complete setup. These are the number of calls that we got, 23,084 calls, and out of which 956 distress calls of these sorts. Like some may call for family distress, some may say that I don't get this subject, my father is a drunkard. There are a lot of calls that we try to intervene and address every issue and every dimension of child problem that we could address through this call. Number 6 is the D-Safe. This is digital safe. We understand after COVID, after COVID, when the enhanced schools were closed, they have enhanced screen time and internet overuse. So the children really got into internet addiction. There is no doubt that international community is also working on it to address this issue. So we have set up Internet De-Addiction Center in our CAP House Center, which provides counseling, interaction, all this stuff. One such initiative is our Digital Safe. This is basically to empower parents that online is not something very, threatening thing. They have to live with it, online education or online form of education, whatever. So we empower parents for safe and healthy use of digital gadgets among children. So this is the first step that we gave confidence that yes, children has to use the online, but it has to be protected. So how will you ensure? So these are the three core aspects that we developed through DSAFE. One is psychological, technical, and legal. So we started this program in 2021 November. We had 3 days module. Each day we cover one module: psychological, technical, and legal aspects for the parents, not for the students, for the parents. Like, how do you address the issues of children psychologically? How do you address the issue, the online or the gaming addiction? How do you address these things? Or in case if the child is seeing in some age inappropriate content online, how do you do that? So that is legally. Technically, how will you enable privacy settings? How will you protect your child from abuse online? So these are the 3 core aspects that we try to cover for the parents. So we conducted 3 days modules across Kerala that covered 82 training programs we could conduct till date. With the overall of 246 sessions. So we had 42 resource persons. We had a workshop to decide upon what really the parents want. And we selected the resource person for each and every aspect. For example, every district will have one psychological resource person, one technical resource person, and one legal resource person. So these 3 persons will conduct programs for these teachers. So they were trained intensively to understand the core purpose, like to create awareness, to understand to the nuances in dealing with the online system of education. So this is a major area of that we have done recently. We could train around sensitize around 20,000 parents so far. And in fact, it is a really notable point that we could conduct 2 special sessions in Kannada and Tamil languages covering the state border areas, where we share border with Karnataka, where mostly Kannada speaking people are there, and we have border in Trivandrum, Idiki areas, where Palakkad areas where people speak Tamil too, which shares border with Tamil Nadu. And this is the last project that I'm going to highlight today: domestic conflict resolution centers. Though it seems to be women oriented, but basic objective behind this project is to ensure that the children grow in a peaceful environment. As we all know, family is the basic unit, and family helps the overall development of children. And unfortunately, this COVID has created a lot of problems, and there are a lot of mental health issues among every one of us. Family is completely disturbed. We could understand from this type of crime that we after lockdown that we are witnessing, we could understand that mental health issues have gone exponentially. So this witnessing the domestic violence is a issue, a real issue for a child. Towards the growth of the development, towards the development, overall development of the child. So we want to really settle this issue. We want the parents or someone in the inmates to amicably settle these problems. So we have in every district we have a dedicated unit called domestic conflict resolution centers. We have 2 counselors in every district who are 24/7. They are available. So we receive the petitions in the women police station or some other police station. So they will be referred to this DCRC. So it's very quite active, and we have addressed so far 10,103 petitions so far we have addressed. It's quite interesting that some police stations, children themselves will come and say that my father is drinking, my father is beating after getting drunk. So it's really very, forthcoming thing that children are aware that, yes, it is a problem which I'm suffering. So I have to tell
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Yes,
Out of time.
Yes, sir. Children and COVID, we were not silent during COVID. We had involved in engaging, supporting, and inspiring children through some small projects. These are some of the small projects that I would like to present it. We engaged through them through online through our SPC. Here, I am here. We are unique. That's because we are problem oriented. We understand the problem. We really focus on the solution. We involve partnership. We have political consensus. We develop that, and we try to get political consensus in each and everything that we do. These programs are cost effective and they are result oriented. This is a unique attempt to build convergence among stakeholders. We conduct state level virtual meeting with the Kerala Police, convenes the meeting with all the stakeholders to understand the problem, how we can mutually support and grow together towards serving the best interest of the children. So we conduct regular meetings at district level and also the police station level, including the panchayat presidents, panchayat members, who standing committee members. All these people attend this program through online. So let the numbers speak. We have done a lot with the numbers. These are the this thing. So this is one such project which is in pipeline. This is DDAD, Digital De-Addiction Centers. As we know that children are becoming addicted. So we really look into the aspect of digital de-addiction process where we get the professional advice. We try to involve parent, teachers and other agencies to address this problem. This is in pipeline. Recently, we got 1.5 crores allotted to this thing. This year, we got 80 lakhs. In principle, it has been approved in the budget today. So we are trying to set up in every range. There is one digital de-addiction center. These are the primary functions: sensitization, mental health intervention, and police intervention. Wherever this reveals a cognizable offense. So I'm skipping this because of this time. This thing. This is the vision 2025 that Kerala. We are trying to expand, and we know we should not leave any child out of the school through Hope Project, transforming all the police station as child friendly. We are doing capacity building in all aspects, including the digital de-addiction things. So these are the things that we try to achieve, realizing the vision that steps ahead. We try to influence the government and policymakers. We forge collaborations. We believe in stakeholders' participation. Police is not alone in fighting. We involve so many people, including the NGOs, including all sort of people who work for this. Every individual, even an individual who want to work towards ensuring the care and protection of children, we include them. We welcome them. So we promote research and publication to understand the problems that is ongoing, and we believe in branding and public relationship. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, R. Nishantini, for sharing intervention used in Kerala Police. Since we are running short of time, I would like to skip the interaction session. Participants can directly contact their speakers for any clarifications. I take this opportunity to thank all speakers and participants for sparing valuable time for this important discussion. I'm sure the deliberation will go long in tackling the issue of child protection, and certainly will benefit all our police organizations in handling the situation. Thank you once again for all of you participants, and particularly eminent speaker and RPA for giving an opportunity to moderate the session. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir, for moderating the sessions. I think there is a bio break in between, and we have already delayed, but there is some question. I think Bharti has raised a hand. So, Bharti, if you give your input, and then we can go for the next session. Bharti, please unmute and.
Yes, thank you so much. I think the presentations were very interesting, looking at the kind of efforts that everybody has been making. I just wanted to understand a little more on the issue of missing children, because that's becoming a huge problem day in and day out, particularly in the context of efforts being made to match missing children with found children. So, if anybody could share something on that, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharti. From the team, the speakers, if you have any innovation, anything that you have done in the area of missing children, Nishantini ji, if anything's happening in the Kerala, Manoj Abram sir, if anything happening. Otherwise, we can also put this question in the next session. If any of the other panelists has really worked very good work in the area of missing children. Sir, you are unmute. Vipin sir, you want to say something? You are unmute. No response from the team. So can we take a 5-minute bio break and then we move to the next sessions, or so just we take a 5-minute break and then I request Dr. KPA Ilyas. He is assistant professor in National Police Academy, and he has really done a lots of work in the area of child rights and child protections. While being a assistant director, he has organized various workshop meeting and seminars and the discussions. So I think for the next sessions, he will be facilitating, and then we try to keep the session in the time. So I request the panel member to give their presentation in brief and create a space and a scope where they the participant can ask the questions. So I also request Mudit, after the completion of session, you can also allow participant to ask and share their experiences and questions. So if anybody want to have any questions and they want to share their experiences, it's open. You can raise your hand. We try to unmute you and then you can share your view also. So now for these sessions, I request Dr. Ilyas. He is assistant director to the National Police Academy, and he will take a lead and facilitate the next sessions. Thank you, sir. So can we now start the next session? I'm audible. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I request Dr. Ilyas. I think, please, sir. Now you can moderate for the next session.
Yeah, good afternoon, esteemed participants, the very esteemed panelists, the organizers, Rajiv Sharma sir, ADGP and Director Rajasthan Police Academy, Sri Sanjay Kumar Nirala, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF. We have 1 hour before us, and this is a national consultation meet, and we have very illustrious officers among the participants also. We would like to hear from them also. So the panelists will keep their briefings very short, maximum for 10 minutes. Anuradha ma'am has to leave for a meeting at 12:30. So I will give my comments in the end. Now I request Anuradha Shankar madam to address the gathering on the topic review of police training syllabus on child protection and formulation of modules for various ranks of police. Madam is ADGP training in MP police. Ma'am, please take over.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ilyas ji. All our friends from the UNICEF, my friend and batchmate, director of RPA, everyone from the RPA and all my dear colleagues and other participants. It's a great privilege and pleasure for me to be here in this consultation. And I wouldn't be showing you any presentations, prepared PPTs, because there are a few points I just want to highlight and how we have approached this topic and other topics also in reframing the training of police personnel for serving the society better. About 5 years ago, around 2016-17, we had a leader in the police, I should name him also, Mr. Rishi Shukla, who had a discussion with some officers, and we decided that we have gone on too long with an anecdotal model of policing, where every officer has some experience of doing something, and gathering knowledge from their own experience and what they have gone through, what they have done, the operations they have done, the successes and failures. So we decided that we are going to try and make a model for evidence-based policing. And for this evidence-based policing, first place which we wanted to touch was training. Because to frame our training, how to train our people, let us first look at whether this training works. What training, the training that we've been given for the last 40 years, 50 years, we've been doing TNAs and revising. The last TNA was done in the I think 2012, 13. Then there was a revision, and we've had consultations with the NPA, with BPRND, but still we have no evidence to what TNAs we have done. All the TNA is done with 4-5 minds getting together and deciding how to train our officers. So we engaged third-party experts from the academia, from think tanks. We had think tanks like JPAL working with us. We had academia from India and abroad, Tata Institute, National Law University, Delhi, and some universities like Oxford and Virginia. And we decided to work with them on this evidence-based policing. One of our key partners was always UNICEF. And with UNICEF, we wanted them not only to participate in the surveys and questionnaires that we were holding amongst our people, but also to give us the parameters for the same. So UNICEF has also designed the parameters for these questionnaires and these surveys for us. So we after this, we decided on the basic fundamentals of what we have to do. And these basic fundamentals, we've had people like, people who've been working with human trafficking cases in Manipur, from Manipur to Madhya Pradesh, like FXP Suraksha, and such kind of organizations. So on these basic fundamentals, we decided to have a constant consultation. We've got a small consultative group in which there are people from UNICEF, from think tanks and academia, and from our training group, or our officers also from the field and from the headquarters. This consultation is an ongoing process, and we are talking to all stakeholders. Like we are talking from the constable rank to the to young IPS officers on what actually are the shortfalls, what are the gaps, and where can we correct those gaps. In this, one of the first things that we have realized is that the approach has to be a multi-agency approach. What happens in most cases in the police, and we've been doing that also, like police all over the country, what happens is that we take on lots of things which we are not equipped to take on. There are departments like skill development department. There is the social welfare department. There is the youth welfare department. All these departments, everybody is working in silos. So we decided to take a multi-agency approach, and in our committee for making our syllabus for the constabulary, for sub-inspectors, for DYSPs, we have engaged all these departments also. Because as far as children are concerned, there is a high level of intersectionality and interjection into each other's jobs. Like when you get to know about a child's abuse, you retrieve the child from that abusive environment and you put the child into a shelter home or child line or wherever. There is another department which you have to contact. There's health, there's social welfare, there's youth welfare. There are various types of, depending on the state that you're in. So all these departments must come together and there should be real time interaction between them. Now this training, if only the constable gets, it doesn't work. So we are designing a training module wherein this interjection, intersectionality, this multi-agency approach will be held. It's not there right now. We are working on it with the Madhya Pradesh unit of UNICEF, and it's an ongoing project. And I hopefully in April we should get it. And the first batches to be trained on this syllabus should be starting their training in April. So this is what we are working at. This is our model. And I will leave it at this because I want you to just tell you what we are actually working at, how we have approached it, what is our thinking behind it, what is the ethos we are working in. And focused on that, everything that we are doing for child rights and child protection has got some agency, third party, not police agency, not government agency, but third party academic or think tank who have come and done surveys for us on the actual incidents of abuse of children, on police response to complaints of children, on protection and security of children. On all that, we have real-time surveys, and based on those surveys, based on the gaps thrown up by those surveys, we are designing this, we are doing this DNA, and we are designing this training module. And we shall be starting it. And in fact, when we start it, we would invite everyone to actually come and at least have a look-see as to what we are doing really. And we would always welcome more suggestions from whichever side it comes. So this is what I wanted to say, Ilyas ji, in the beginning. As I promised you, I'm not going to give a long presentation or a long speech. I'm just going to tell you what exactly we are working at. Because here we are consulting on some things which could be practical and which could be actually taken to the ground.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In that brief 7 minutes, you have given us very precious inputs. Oftentimes, we get into thinking that we already know what to teach. But unless we embark on a proper study, a proper TNA analysis, we would not know what we have to teach. What is the child protection scenario? What are the vulnerabilities that is there in the country? And how we should conduct the training. And secondly, ma'am, I've emphasized the point that there is already a large set of institutions working in child protection. So when these force multipliers are there, there is absolutely no need of police only to take up the thing. To highlight this point is extremely important in training, and I'm very glad that you are doing that. Now I will request the second speaker, Surendra Kumar sir. Sir belongs to the 98 batch of Assam Meghalaya cadre. And when we come to the police training, one of the major lacunae is the absence of an authentic body of information. As Anuradha madam rightly highlighted, it all becomes anecdotal. When I was SP, when I was doing this thing, that is there, that does carry weight, but to qualify as true knowledge, maybe we have to go a little further ahead. And a very important milestone in that, I would say, has been created when Sir has authored a book on child protection. So I am very happy to see that book, and I'm very glad to have Sir here. And I would like to request Sir to share his experience, especially while he made this effort. Sir, I request you to take over.
Thank you, Mr. Ilyas. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
All esteemed panelists and dear participants, it's a pleasure to share some inputs on my book, which is on child protection. The title is Role of Duty Bearers in Child Protection. It was formally launched in 2019. I was dealing with child protection matters as IGP CID. I was invited to speak on various child protection issues in consultations, seminars, training programs. I wanted to prepare myself so that my inputs are valuable. I searched for the reading material, but I could not get any book or handbook which would contain all relevant information on child protection at one place. And that is why I thought of authoring a book on child protection. UNICEF came forward and they funded the entire initiative. It was supported by UNICEF. The book was published by National Law University, Assam. I had brought a small PPT. Mr. Tiwari, can you show it?
Yes, sir.
I would not take more than 5-7 minutes. So this is the title of the book. Next. Next. Please go ahead. So the level of awareness among field level officers is low, and there are multiple laws which deal with child protection. This creates challenges for the field level officers to know the relevant provisions which are scattered across multiple laws. And this book was aimed to be a reference book and also useful for training. A provision of 18 acts find place in this book. Next. As I already mentioned, this book is free book. It is meant for free circulation. There is no price. It was written in English. Next. So it has 382 pages, 17 chapters. 8 departments have been covered, like Labor Department, Health Department, Social Welfare Department, Legal Service Authority, Judiciary. There are 10 chapters for police and 1 chapter each for 7 departments, which are having role on child protection. There is liberal use of infographics. There are 29 infographics in the book. Next. So these are the chapters, some of the chapters. Next. Next. So you can see it has chapters on child sexual abuse, child marriage, child trafficking, child labor, Juvenile Justice Act, children belonging to SC and ST communities, missing children. So these are some of the chapters. Next. These are the 18 laws which find place in this book. Next. These are some of the infographics which I have taken out from the book. Please go ahead. Next. Next. So this is on POCSO Act. Next. The book has also been translated in Assamese language. I have revised the book because after the publication in 2019, there have been changes in law relating to child protection. For example, POCSO Act was amended in 2019. POCSO rules 2012 was repealed and new rules were notified. JJ Act was amended in 2021. So the revised version is up to date, which incorporates all the amendments. And the book has been circulated throughout the country. All DGPs, national law universities, training institutions, NGOs dealing with child protection, etc., have been sent the hard copy of the book. Next. The book is also available online. It is available on the website of Bureau of Police Research and Development, National Law University Assam, and Assam Police website. I request all participants to find some time to go through the book.
Sir, the version available in the websites, are they the updated ones?
No, it is not updated. It would be posted soon. but the SMEs version which we have launched this year is fully up to date. And the process of translation in some other language like Hindi and Bengali is also on card. So this was all about this book. I would not like to take much time. I hope that this book would be useful for training of field level officers, and I would request all esteemed participants to give feedback if there is any. Thank you so much.
In case if there is anybody who has not seen the book, it is this, and I request the organizers to circulate the latest version to all the
And this
participants.
is the SME's translation. In Assam, all police stations would be getting 4 copies, and all IOs would be getting 10 chapters on police. This book has been broken into 7 parts, department wise. So all IOs would be getting the booklet, which is having chapters on police.
Thank you, sir. And I also request all the esteemed participants and UNICEF to make it a point to come out with much more books and other resources. Authentic body of information needs to be there. On different acts, it need to be there. What is the scenario of child marriage in India? What's the scenario of child sexual abuse in India? For example, when I tried to make an assessment of what is the material that we have on the actual situation of child sexual abuse in the country, after the ministry study in 2007, there is nothing available. Without that basic knowledge, I don't think we can go far. So we have to work hard in this domain. And if we put our efforts together, I don't think it will be a difficult thing, because we have resources at our disposal at the state level and at the national level, and also by these organizations like UNICEF, which are extremely resourceful. So we'll go to the third speaker, Sri PV Sunil Kumar sir. Sir is presently posted as ADGP CID AP. He's an officer of 1993 batch of the Indian Police Service. He has been a highly decorated officer. If we see the third leg in training, the first thing is like to have a clarity on the curriculum and what you want to teach, which Anuradha madam presented briefly but very effectively. And the second part is to have the training material ready, and the third part is the art of delivering it imaginatively. And I think the sir is going to speak us on the modalities they had applied, the role of duty bearers, the e-based training that was introduced in Andhra Pradesh. Sir, Kumar sir, I would request you to take over.
Yeah, thank you. And good morning to all my esteemed colleagues. I would like to make a presentation on what we have done, how we have used the technology for the advantage of the children.
Anuradha ma'am has raised her hand, so can I interrupt in between? Ma'am, if you want to say something, because your hand is raised.
I mean, I didn't want to disturb Sunil ji, but I raised my hand when Surendra ji was giving his presentation, that if he has a soft copy which he can share with us, and because it is copy left, it's not copyright book, so we can publish it here in Hindi in Madhya Pradesh for us, for our forces, if it's okay with him. So we can, if RPA can become the messenger or the UNICEF, then we can publish it in Hindi in Madhya Pradesh.
Sure, ma'am. Actually, this is not a book. This is basically e-learning module.
No, actually, I was talking about Surendra Kumarji's presentation.
Okay.
I had raised my hand then. I think it was noticed.
Ma'am,
that's it.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. It would be my pleasure. It would be my pleasure. We are looking for partners who can get it translated in as many languages as possible.
Hindi, we can do it if you can send it to us.
Yes.
Directly
yes,
also you can send it. Yeah.
I would send it to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
thank you. Madhya Pradesh is a Hindi state, so we can do it.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
Sunil ji. I mean, I never intended to disturb you, but sorry.
Sorry, Ilyas, and then now you can hear something.
Yeah, if ijazat hai to I will proceed. Yeah. This is about the e-learning, which we are in the facility which we are using in Andhra Pradesh for training purpose, and especially for the Juvenile Justice Act also. As far as Juvenile Justice Act is concerned, we had developed a module on the need of the Act, need of the Juvenile Justice Act, and 5 key focus areas of Juvenile Justice Act. Those are care, protection, treatment, rehabilitation, and reformation. And who are the stakeholders of this Act and what are their roles? Because this clarity was not there in the force, because every police station is supposed to have one child-friendly officer to be in Mufti, and there should be a child-friendly corner, etc. are there. But none of the child-friendly police officer, station writer who is designated a friendly police officer is not even aware of his role. And additional SP who was nodal officer of Juvenile Justice Act in the district, many of them are not clear about their roles. So first thing is to give them the realization of what they are supposed to do. So we have designed this course to help them to know their roles. And apart from that, many officers are not aware where exactly juvenile homes are located. So where to send the children. So we have prepared one chart also, one very big chart. It's a kind of flow chart. It begins with finding an abandoned children or children who needs care, care and protection, and how to distinguish a child who needs care and protection from child in conflict with law. So how to deal with them, because these two are different streams. So we have developed a curriculum to give the role clarity. And as far as child care is concerned, it is not the police job alone. Police is also one of the agencies which involved. So it is police, it is the prosecutor is also involved, judiciary is involved, and Women and Child Welfare Department, so Juvenile Justice Board, non-governmental organizations, everybody is a stakeholder here. Next. So basically in this training program, we have covered the age determination, because once we are going to apply Juvenile Justice Act means age is the criteria. How to determine the age, and process with CICL, and that is child in conflict with law. Preliminary assessment, procedure in heinous offences, process at children's court, what is the process with child welfare committee and CNCP, a role of child welfare committee and special juvenile police unit, what are the offences against children, and what is the mechanism for appeal and its procedure. So this course has a video lecture on the e-learning platform. It runs about 1 hour 10 minutes. The course material, FAQs, JJ Act reading, PowerPoint presentation, material also available in English on the course module. Medium of instruction is primarily Telugu, English is also available. And after going through the course, there is a testing. The methodology for test is to conduct, take a test, online test on English or Telugu. So 20 MCQs are randomly picked from a question bank, and that is how they qualify or disqualify on the test. Next. Yeah, delivery. So far, we could train 45,000 officers. That runs from constable to additional SP. We have 8 centers in the state of Andhra Pradesh. At a go, we can train 200 trainees per day. A certification is automatically generated once the trainee has completes his test, which is all automatic. There is no need of any manual intervention. Next. So this is the basically e-learning opening page. This is the welcome page, how it looks like. A video runs on the how to make use of this e-learning facility, etc. Next. And once, actually, this is not only for Juvenile Justice Act. This e-learning is a computer-based, system-based learning program where anybody, a constable or an officer who takes a login, once he takes a login, his record is permanent. So he can take courses on CRPC, IPC, Evidence Act, Prevention of Atrocities Act, and all the acts. Previous page. So all the acts, whatever act he wants to master, he can learn. So he can choose the video lectures like this. It comes on full screen. So the lecturer will, these are all the eminent speakers in the state. So normally a constable in remote area cannot have the opportunity to or advantage of listening these eminent speakers. So these speakers lectures are videographed and they can listen to the or go through the video lesson again and again as many times as they want. And after taking each and every chapter, they can take a test. So actually, suppose somebody wants to learn about CRPC, there is an assessment test by the system. So 10 questions are given. Out of 10 questions, the participant answers. Depending on the score, the system will decide whether the one who is going to learn is a beginner or intermediate level or advanced level. So 3 different courses for IPC, CRPC and major acts like Evidence Act are designed so that one need not learn from the beginning. So for the beginner, we will explain the act and then later Honorable Supreme Court and High Court judges judgments, that is case law, application of law, everything is there. Suppose the learner is of an advanced stage, we will briefly introduce him the section and then straight away we will go to the application of that section. Settled case laws, what is exactly is there right now? For example, arrest. After Arnesh Kumar judgment, what is the situation? What is 41A CRPC? What is 41A? What is 41B? So like that, the advanced learner will start learning that portion. Next. So these are the reading materials. After listening to the course, video lecture, he can read from PDF documents and then he can take a final test. Next. And this is how the question paper, the test looks like. A multiple choice question is given and he has to select the answer. Here the technology we used is every time he takes the test, the questions will not come in the same order and the answers also will not come in the same order. The questions will change, answers also will change, so that he cannot master the question paper and answer it. He should learn the subject to qualify the test. Next. Yeah, this is all the question paper only. Next. This is how the certificate is generated and stored in his learning curve, learning dashboard. As and when he comes and logs into the system, all his certificates he can see. And suppose he learns CRPC, he cannot learn in one go. Suppose he learns a few sections and he goes for work. Again, he comes back and starts resuming his learning. He will exactly start from where he has left. This is the advantage of e-learning platform. So we are using it very extensively in all police training institutions. This is the contribution of Crime Investigation Department to the training academies. Next. So this is how it exactly looks like. This is well advanced Hewlett Packard all-in-one model computer. So you won't see CPU separately, screen separately and all. So everything is in the screen only. And in the e-learning classroom, they will use headphones so that the others are not distracted. And this is exactly how the e-learning classroom looks like. Next. And you can see the lecture is going on. So different people are taking different lectures. Next. Yeah. This is all about the methodology. And we have conducted several the programs with Honorable High Court Chief Justice Ramesh Ranganathan sir to the present Chief Justice on Juvenile Justice Act with all stakeholders. So they all appreciate the initiative taken by APCAD and AP Police. And we have been invited to various sessions on Juvenile Justice Act that occurred in Kerala and Bangalore. I have attended and I have explained how this e-learning exactly works and how beneficial it is in the wake of strengthening the knowledge of the learners. After we started this COVID and online training and all these things have come later. We started this in somewhere around 2015-16. And after this, the entire world has shifted to this e-learning, online learning module. But for police, we need this because police, in police, you don't know when will you find time and when will you rush to the work. So we keep these e-learning labs 24/7 open. Anybody who is interested, they can walk in, learn and go. So this is how it works. This is our experience, which proved very beneficial. We are soon we are going to complete 50,000 trainings on this model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, it's time for the participants to please give their valuable suggestions, or if you have any doubts, any questions to the speakers. See, I do not find much importance when it comes to child protection, whether the officer is a senior officer or a junior officer. Wonderful idea comes from all ranks. It all depends on maybe more than anything, the commitment they have towards child protection. So feel free. Any ideas, they are very important. So if you have anything to say, please feel free to express yourself. I was seeing the names of Dharmendra Yadav sir and Seduraman sir. These are officers with profound insights. Dharmendra sir single-handedly started the Operation Muskan, and that's a very inspiring story in itself. I hope, I wish we had time where he could explain the whole thing. Dharmendra sir, are you there?
Udit, if possible, unmute, sir. I think because you are not able to unmute, so that.
We can't hear you, sir. Anyone else from the participants? So, when we speak about child protection, I think it is worth going through once again why exactly children are important. And frankly, I have never understood.
Actually, I think the settings are like that. My technician is saying participants cannot unmute themselves. Please just check it once.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Your mic is on. You can use it now.
Mudit, just check.
If somebody raises the hand, then you have to unmute.
User can unmute,
It is
sir.
how.
He's saying user can unmute. Yeah. Dharmendra sir has unmuted himself. Yeah.
Dharmendra sir? Looks like sir has some difficulty on his side.
Mic is already unmuted.
Okay. So, as and when sir is ready, we will give time to sir. I have not understood exactly for a population which is more than 40%, how are we allocating these resources? We have women police stations. We have very many programs for very other vulnerable sections. But when it comes to the 40% of our population, which we all believe is the 100% future of our country, and if we really look at who they are the most precious possession of any individual, like much more precious than a car or a jewelry or anything, without any doubt. These are very, very obvious things. And of all the people, of all the sections, they are the most vulnerable. And their vulnerability is not confined to they being mentally and physically vulnerable. They are also socially vulnerable in the sense that they cannot form associations or they cannot form unions and demand their rights to be asserted. It's upon us to ensure that it is done. So with all these things, I actually have not understood why we are giving so few resources and so less importance to this very, very important area. And when it comes to training, I was thinking about it at some length. And I think the number one input is sensitization. When it comes to imparting knowledge or skills, or when it comes to orienting them ethically or legally, these are all things which are underway. But maybe we can spend a little more time in sensitizing ourselves and sensitizing our colleagues. And when it comes to police, I also feel that, for example, if we look at the way POCSO Act is designed, it is creating a special cadre of judges, a special a set of court institutions are there, special public prosecutors are there. But I just don't understand why the Act did not mention a special set of police officers to deal with this. It did not even link the existing institutions like Child Welfare Police Officer or SJPU to this specifically. It did not mandate as such. And I have not come across any state where the Child Welfare Police Officer is having an exclusive mandate, as is given very clearly in the law. The law is unambiguous that the charge has to be an exclusive charge. But he has been designated as such, but he will be like any other ASI or any other SI, he will be having so many other charges and he never get any time to give any dedicated time to the children. And this we are doing for the 40% or 41% of our population, who we think that is our very future of the country and all. So there are things which are very, very obvious where we can do easy course corrections if only we think that this is actually a little too urgent. And in my little experience, I have not seen any person who is more aggrieved than a person who have lost his child. Nobody. If it is a parent of a child who is murdered, if it is a person who has suffered some grave atrocity, I would still say that, and you'll all agree that there is nobody more aggrieved than a parent who has lost his child, because he has no closure. He doesn't know where the child is, when he will come back, in what state he is. There is absolutely no closure. So his life or her life is a living hell. And these are things which are before us, right before us. And I think if only we are able to slightly improve our, what should I say, sensibility towards children, we can do wonders. We can do wonders in this scheme. But having said that, we also need to have more clarity, as Anuradha ma'am said, what exactly we have to teach and how to teach. And as exemplified by the good work done by Sunil Kumar sir, Surendra Kumar sir, that book has been authored. So more effort has to be there from other offices like that. And Sunil Kumar sir presented a wonderful scheme where e-learning is happening. And I think this is a future. It will have, we'll have to titrate that in the future. Just because we have e-learning platforms, it doesn't mean that people will learn. We may have to add incentives into that. We may have to make it an essential part of, unless somebody has, let's say, has passed this course, he will not be able to take charge as a child welfare police officer. This kind of things we can build in, but still, it's a very, very important initiative. So this is what I wanted to say. If there is anybody, any participants or any speakers who want to say anything else, otherwise we'll close because the schedule is running behind the plan. So if there is nothing else, we will be winding up. Dharmendra sir, are you there? Sethu Madhavan sir? The other day, when we launched a Center for Children in the Academy, I was calling up officers whom I thought have done good work. So Sethu Madhavan sir was telling me, one of the areas you have to focus is children from vulnerable families. Because, and from my little experience also, I have felt that, for example, POXO cases, where the child is sexually assaulted, there are correlates which you feel like getting repeated. There is a pattern to it. The child is like, there is nobody to take care of that child. Either the parents have an illicit relation, or the parents are so poor that they are not able to take care of the child at all. So the kind of focus a child used to get is somehow absent. And in all those situations, suddenly something goes wrong and the violence takes place. It is not just, it's not random. There is a pattern behind that. So one of the most important correlate, which he said, is vulnerable families. And if we can reach out to those families and identify, that will be a most important effort, because preventive efforts are only the things which is actually worth the salt. Unless we are focusing on that, whatever good is your prosecution, whatever efficient is your investigation, we will not be able to touch even 1% of the cases that are there. Anybody would like to add or any more comments?
Yes, sir. Rajendra Pal sir has raised his hand.
Yeah, please. Please carry on.
Rajendra sir, now you can speak.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please carry on.
Yeah, Mr. Ilyas, I was, thank you so much. In fact, let me introduce myself. I am 87 batch IPS, presently as DG training.
Sir.
I was not, I was asked for nominations, but while nominating my junior officers, I also nominated myself.
Thank you so much, sir.
For the simple reason that I have done my PhD in juvenile delinquency.
Sir.
So I really wanted to enrich myself about all the information that has been shared here by various panelists and speakers. Indeed, a very fruitful day for me. But I just wish to add, because this is, I believe, consultations, not just self-boasting about what you all have done in your own domain areas.
Exactly.
So when I say about consultations, I'll tell you about my own personal experience while I was doing my course. I had to visit certain juvenile homes also to meet up with the children, to really understand how they were, they had been arrested and put in the juvenile homes. And believe you me, absolutely, I think all of them were from socially backward families and financially extremely poor families. Some of them were, and most of them, naturally, all of them were victims of police charge sheets and challans. Some of them were poor fellows, young children, who were selling bottles in railway compartments, during train journeys, and they had been booked up by RPF and sent to and produced before the magistrate, and then magistrate had naturally remanded them to the juvenile justice homes. Same was the story with many other boys, small children, who had been picked up by the police during night patrolling. And just to add up to their figures, drives, anti-criminal drives, they were sent behind bars. Not behind bars in the literal sense, but very much in the juvenile homes. One of them was, and one boy, when I asked the superintendent of the juvenile home, all these are minor offenses and they are very much bailable. Why are why they are inside? The real sorry picture that came out before me was that there was nobody to take bail for them. One poor child was crying before me, and he was wanting to be reunited with his parents in a different district in the state. I managed to get in touch with the SSP there. We managed to find the family also. But in spite of that, the father was not willing to take the child back home because he said कि मैं इतना poor हूँ, मैं इतना गरीब हूँ, मेरे पास पहले से ही 4 बच्चे हैं, कम से कम मेरा एक बच्चा वहाँ जुवेनाइल होम में खाना पीना तो उसका चल रहा है. So when some of the speakers were mentioning about sensitization of the police forces, so it has to be sensitization of police forces not only for child victims of others, but child victims of police high-handedness also. So if that is done, I'm sure a lot of problems will be solved at the at the Thana level itself. Same was the situation when I visited the prisons. There were others who have been who had been in the prisons, and you would this was, I think, way back in 2006. They had been sent again for small-time petty thefts and not really bailed out. Though entitled to bail, but there was nobody to bail them out. So we must, I mean, UNICEF or the police organizations in association with the Criminal Justice Administration should devise ways to ensure that these people, these children are not kept behind, in an enclosed environment unnecessarily. There should be provisions to really rehabilitate them in a proper manner and to send them back to their families also, if possible. That was just a small observation which I wanted to make before the speakers and the participants here. Thank you so much, Ilyas, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very important intervention. Because when we speak about children, sometimes we only speak about children like missing children or children who are violated against. But when it comes to children in conflict with law, we tend to forget that they are also children in need of care and protection only. And they are not villains. They are somebody who requires our care and compassion. And incidentally, it looks like very many officers are not aware of the fact that police is empowered to give bail in any type of offense, whether it is a bailable offense or a non-bailable offense. So these principles of diversion, we have to start from the police station itself, so that they are not apprehended and sent to the incarceration in the first place. Thank you very much.
That is where the sensitization is required.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Any attendees have questions, they can raise their hand.
So if that is the case, we will wind up the session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the esteemed speakers, Anuradha ma'am, Savil Kumar sir, Surendra Kumar sir, and the officers who were kind enough to give their valuable inputs. And once again, I express my gratitude to the Rajasthan Police Academy and UNICEF in organizing this wonderful initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilyas.
Thank you, Dr. Ilyas, and then Sunil sir, Radha ma'am, and then Surendra sir for their valuable input, and then the sessions. I think now we will move to the next session, and this session is very uniquely designed based on the request from the Rajiv Sharma sir, and after the consultation of the group of the police officers in the Rajasthan cadre. So they suggested that we generally listen to the police officers while organizing this kind of consultation. So why not we can also listen to some of the practitioners who deal with the police officer on the regular basis. And then while dealing, what kind of the lesson they have learned, what kind of the feeling they have, and what kind of recommendation and suggestions they can provide. So it become a part of a overall decision-making process while we develop a way forward and then future plan after this consultation. So I request in this team the 3 members. And I think all of them has extensively worked in this area. Dr. Bharti Ali, she has been currently working as a co-founder and director, executive director of the organization called HUC. And HUC is Center for Child Rights. Is I think so one of the premier organization that has really worked in this area, and then they have initiated a number of study research and all. So child budgeting, if you think about child budgeting, so Bharti has really taken a lead in it. In spite of that, Bharti has been part of a number of publications and a study and research that concerning the children's lives. And her contribution has been also recognized by the various national and international agencies on a regular basis. In these panels, I also request the Swagata. She has been also a very critical roles in area of child protection in the last 10 years and more than that. She is working with the National Law University Center for Child Rights. She has also worked with the Center for Child Rights with the Odisha National Law University, and she has done master from the Oxford on the issue of children and all. And she is currently working on number of different issues and doing a different kind of research and things. And currently she is a director research in the organization called Infold. And along with as I think Sony has still not joined, but Sony Kuti George, he is working as a child protection specialist in Andhra Pradesh office and looking the Karnataka state office. So I request Bharti for her reflection, her experiences, and then her feeling and how we can really contribute and support to create a better policing system for, and it's a more making more child friendly in terms of coming time. So I request Bharti, I think we have a time of 1 hour. So in between 10 to 15 minutes of the kind of deliberation, and then after each discussions, we after end of the discussion, basically we open the session for the input from the other colleagues. And I also feel that by the end of this session, we also try to conclude and come up with some of the suggestions. The other participant and panelists who has not given their suggestion inputs, really we want to take the valuable input from the other colleague also, and that we note it down and try to make a consolidated document that covers almost all the aspects of it. So now I invite Bharti for her reflections and input.
Thank you, Sanjay. It's been a very enriching morning listening to so many dedicated police officers who are thinking and talking child protection today. I do have some positive experiences to share, and that's where I would like to begin. In fact, recently, we've been providing psychosocial support and legal support to children who are victims of sexual offenses under the POCSO Act. And in one of our cases recently, we found that, there's this minor girl who had left her house of her own will with a boy she was in a relationship with, and then they later got married. But she subsequently reported sexual assault at different locations by different people, including her husband and other members of the husband's family and husband's relatives with whom she stayed in different parts of Madhya Pradesh at different points of time. And this girl was pregnant and she went through a medical termination of pregnancy. 9 months down the line, there were no arrests made. The charge sheet had not been filed. My social workers were getting very unhappy because, they were interacting with the child on a day-to-day basis. And a common reaction usually would be that the police must have taken bribe. But there was something amiss, and we felt that, it was a little odd for the police not to be doing what was needed in such a case with such facts, where there's multiple abuse, pregnancy, etc. So we actually set up a meeting with the IO because we felt that conversation was necessary to understand the police perspective. And we found the IO was equally nervous in the case due to the delay. She had made several attempts to trace the accused who could not be found. She had, discussed with several colleagues, and she had apprehension that, the child and her mother were misusing the law. Not only apprehension, she also had collected certain records and, enough information to support her apprehension, but she couldn't make a headway. So she was still a little confused somewhere and needed guidance and support. So I'm just sharing this because, these are areas where the support persons that are assigned under the POCSO Act and the police can actually work together to crack the cases. And to not just crack the cases, but actually do justice, in such cases. Another experience positive that I want to share is a case where two girls went missing, both sisters. The elder one was in a relationship and wanted to leave her house, but the younger one didn't want her to go all alone, so she just followed her. But subsequently, they were subjected to sexual exploitation and were sold. So it turned out to be a case of trafficking. The younger one day managed to escape, but the older one landed up in Sonagachi. And she, had reached a stage where she wouldn't cooperate with the police or anybody, who was trying to approach her, to the extent that she even threatened her parents that if they did not retract the missing complaint, then she would put them in trouble. And she actually also did that. She subsequently filed a case under the POCSO Act against her own brother. A habeas corpus petition was filed and the girl had to be produced before the High Court. Meanwhile, she had turned major and she was kept in a women's shelter home. And it's not funny, but the accused continued to maintain communication with her even when she was in that shelter home, although he was absconding as far as the police is concerned. So he had definitely found a way out to go about this. The High Court did not dispose of the habeas corpus even after the girl was produced, because the mother's lawyer was able to convince the High Court that there could be a possible angle of trafficking, and that should be ruled out before the girl is allowed to go wherever she wanted. But that was a time when we felt it was necessary to meet the DCP and the investigating officer and discuss more about the case and share whatever additional information we had, with the police, which helped a lot. It actually helped to the extent that, the police started looking at the trafficking angle. And then when, the news was tightened around the accused and, his communication severed with the girl because of that tightening of news, of the news, it really worked. She broke down and she started, realizing that she's not going to find any more support from the accused. And through counseling, then she started sharing what she had gone through. And today, this child, she's an adult now, but she's back with her family. The child that was born to her, because she was pregnant, so there were many factors playing on her. Her pregnancy, the fact that she'd fallen in love with the main accused, and she had this hope that somewhere she'll have a family after having gone through so much of sexual exploitation. But the main accused was also actually only exploiting her further. All that, was a realization that happened much later when that communication severed between the accused and the girl. Then she surrendered the child that was born to her. Now she's keen to pursue her education and do something meaningful in life. She's convinced that she must continue with her education. And you see that positive change. You feel that, there is so much that can be done. Again, if we combine our energies, as somebody had just said in the earlier session. In most cases that we come across, of children, I personally recommend SPICE as the mantra to be followed. SPICE, where S stands for safe interactions with children, protection for children, informed interactions with children, where children have all the information about their rights, about the procedures that are going to follow, where children are consulted. So the C stands for consulting children throughout the process, and children also feel empowered in the process. That's what the E stands for. So the SPICE is really the mantra. But sometimes you do come across certain experiences, and I'm actually going to share some experiences while talking today. I know the time is very little, but I think these are important ones to share. When we talk about really empowering children, sometimes we, in our effort to just do with the investigation, do with, the necessary procedures, become a little insensitive. I just draw attention to a case of a 6-year-old child who had been raped by a 35-year-old stranger on the evening of Holi, and had suffered injuries, was hospitalized for 5 days. But on the day of discharge from the hospital, she had to be taken for recording her statement under 164, which somehow got deferred to the next day as it was already late in the evening. So the police informed the child's family that the SHO wanted to meet the child and her statement under 164 would be recorded the next day. From the hospital, her family left from home in a different vehicle, while the child was taken by the police in another vehicle. And on the way to the police station, the child was taken to the place of the incident for spot identification, which could have been avoided given that the child had been through so much, had just been released from the hospital. It was already late in the evening and had expressed her desire to go home. So, and the family was surprised in all this because they didn't know that this was coming. So, when we talk about empowering children in the process, we will have to bring this sensitivity. Procedures are important, but not at the cost of child safety, security, protection, and an empowering process. Having said that, there are some cases which are even more difficult. Incest, for instance, where the abuse is inside the family. And the mothers often are not supportive of their own child. These are very tricky situations, and we may produce a child before the Child Welfare Committee, and the Child Welfare Committee will take appropriate action. But also, I'll just share an experience here. In one of our incest cases, the accused, the father, was absconding. And the police thought it best to declare him a proclaimed offender. And, when we were looking at the whole situation, we thought that why did the police not realize that by declaring him a PO, his property will get attached. And it is that very property where the child lives with her mother and other siblings. After that, the mother reached a stage where she almost decided to turn hostile if their house was to be attached and sold at any point of time. So, we probably don't think about these things, but these are very, very important factors. And I'm specifically talking about incest cases where one attention would be to ensure that the accused and the child, the accused does not intimidate the child because the accused is from the same family, or the accused's family does not intimidate the child because there is a lot of pressure on the child. That's one thing to be ensured. But there are other aspects also that sometimes miss out our attention. I don't necessarily have answers to everything, but they do raise some questions, and it's about being a little sensitive in the manner we proceed with children's cases. Under the POCSO Act, there are a lot of duties laid down for the police, when it comes to registering the FIR. It has to be in the language of the child, and yet we see often enough there is another language that seeps in. And that really needs to be changed as a practice. Then we also, are not necessarily able to provide translators and interpreters where children need translators and interpreters. The content of the FIR is not always read out. A copy is not always provided to the victim, despite the POCSO rules very clearly stating that has to be done. And there is a new introduction of Form A under under the POCSO rules of 2020. And this Form A is again a responsibility of the duty officer who is interacting with the child and the child's parents or guardians. It's the responsibility of the duty officer to inform them about their rights and entitlements in the course of the case. It's not being used anywhere. So these are, some of the aspects where I think rules keep changing, laws keep changing, more amendments are being made, but we need to keep ourselves updated and pass this updated information to every person in the police station, not just the child welfare police officer, because the person interacting is the duty officer. Then when it comes to reporting and production of children before CWC, we see invariably all children in POCSO cases are produced before the Child Welfare Committee, despite the law very clearly saying that only when children who are sexually abused do not have any family or support, no parental support, or only where, where the abuse has happened in the child's house or in a childcare institution. Those are the cases, where you have to produce the children before the Child Welfare Committee, but invariably all children are produced. On the other hand, while there is a requirement to ensure that a copy of the FIR reaches the CWC and the special court within 24 hours, that does not happen. And the idea is that, if the copy reaches the CWC makes an assessment about the need for support to be provided to the child. So if that was to be followed, some things can get streamlined from stage one itself, as far as support to children is concerned. There are duties on the police officers, on the IOs, to keep the families informed about support services, legal aid, free medical care and treatment, about developments in the case, including arrest of the accused, bail applications filed, and now, when bail applications are filed, the victim's side has to be heard. Bail applications cannot be disposed without the victim's side being heard. So we need to ensure that as well. Witness protection is another area where, very little work is being done. Although Delhi had a witness protection scheme even before the Supreme Court came out with one in Mahindra Chawla case. But now there is a scheme available that has been drafted by NALSA and by BPRND, and which has been accepted by the Supreme Court in that particular case. I think the state governments need to notify their own schemes based on that, or adopt, that scheme. But witness protection is a huge area where efforts are lacking. And we constantly see a lot of victims receiving threats from the accused, or the kith and kin of the accused, or friends of the accused. Then when it comes to victim compensation, there is a lot of confusion that prevails. To my mind, it's very clear that the issue of victim compensation, both interim and final compensation, is to be decided by the POCSO courts, the special courts designated to deal with these cases. And once they award compensation and decide on the amount, the District Legal Services Authority has to disburse that amount. But there is confusion on that because there is a larger victim compensation scheme where applications have to be filed directly with the Legal Services Authority. So these kind of confusions need to be removed. We've had a session on training modules. I think training modules also have to, inform the police about how victim compensation in POCSO cases has a different procedure, unlike victim compensation in other cases. Besides that, there is assistance required to ensure that the amount gets disbursed to the child. And that assistance invariably, will have to come from the police and the support persons working together. For instance, opening of bank account, getting identity documents for the child like Aadhaar card. Most children, you'll find don't have identity documents of various kinds which are required to open a bank account. So some efforts will have to be made there. And I see a big role there of what is known as the Special Juvenile Police Unit. Although the POCSO Act did not designate any specific police force to deal with these cases, but the reference to Special Juvenile Police Unit, I think, is very, very important. Because Special Juvenile Police Units, as conceived, are supposed to have 2 social workers. Now, where are these social workers going to come from? And have we ensured that the special juvenile units that we have, in our states have these 2 social workers? That's an area, again, to be worked upon. If you have the social workers, you can get the assistance in, for helping victims with opening of bank accounts, etc. Or you can tie up with the support persons if support persons are designated in cases under the POCSO Act. In fact, I would also like to point out that once a support person is designated under the POCSO Act for a child by the Child Welfare Committee, the police have to inform that to the special court within 24 hours, which is again something that's not happening. It's not happening for various reasons. One of the reasons is that there is no support person being designated, but the other reason is that the police is not aware that they're supposed to inform the special court about support persons who have been designated by the child welfare committees. Then there are other challenging situations, particularly with respect to certain offenses. We still find that when the child is below 12 years, instead of using the provisions of the POCSO Act that make out a case of aggravated offense, the case is really not booked under the aggravated provisions. Those things you continue to see. Then with cases that involve, video recordings or pictures or offensive pictures of victims, in those cases, you find that the police are often confused as to which provision of the law to really use. So that's another area where a lot of work is required. Given that the POCSO has undergone amendment and has introduced newer provisions on child pornography, storage of pornography, the section on sexual harassment lists out certain provisions that relate to such abusive material. That's one area. And I also would want to share that, when it comes to reporting cybercrime online, it's not an easy thing to do. I've personally faced a problem because, there's the maximum size of a file that can be uploaded is some 2 or 3 MB. And sometimes you have videos which you just can't reduce in size. And you also don't probably at that time have the gadgets to be able to do that. So I think some efforts need to be made towards, making that system of reporting cybercrime online a little easier for everyone. The other problem is that when it's reported, often all the efforts in the first instance to the last instance are geared towards tracing where did it originate. And in that process, you lose the sight of the fact that the content needs to be removed. So in many cases, we found that the content continues to be there and it does not get removed while people are being traced as to how did you get this, where did you get it from. Both are equally important. Then we also find, I am completely confused that once I have given certain content, shared it with the police, am I supposed to retain it on my mobile or social media platform, or am I supposed to delete it because preserving such content is also an offense now? Those are some confusions that remain for everybody. But we've had experience where despite girls, sharing their mobiles and certain footage that needs to be submitted as evidence, often that evidence is either not submitted, and I actually fail to understand why. Sometimes I think it's because there is lack of knowledge about how to submit such evidence. And I've also come across cases where such evidence is submitted without the certificate required under Section 65B of the Evidence Act. In fact, in one of our cases, that's exactly what happened, and the case fell apart because of lack of that certificate. Age determination, another issue where, often the police is the one who is asked to run around and figure out and verify what is the age of the child, if there is a school record to be verified, etc. But I'll again share a case here where in one of our cases, the child belonged to another state, and the police did make an effort to find out from the school about the child's school record. And they came to the conclusion that she is a major. Now, and she was around 15 years at that point of time, but her age, as found out by the police looking at the school records, was 26 years. And this huge gap of more than 10 years was not digestible to us at all. So we then tied up with a local organization there, and they went and did some more, fact finding on this child's age. And it was discovered that this child and her elder sister both were registered in the school with the same name. So what the police had got was actually the record of the elder sister and not the younger one whose case was to be dealt with. And in the meantime, the case was already transferred to the adult court, from the POCSO court. So it's a matter of that little, eye for detail, and also it's a matter of coordinating with other agencies who can actually help out with a lot of this, particularly, NGOs in the local areas and the child welfare committees and district child protection officers in the local areas. Medical examination is another issue where I just want to say that we have enough complaints from children and their parents saying that the police dissuade us from, going forward with an internal examination. And I really don't understand why, why does that happen? It's usually done in most cases where the girls have eloped. But, it is not the job of the police to dissuade anyone. The decision, of course, rests with the girls and their parents, whether they want to go in for an internal examination or not. But it is not the role of the police to dissuade them. There are challenging areas like list of key witnesses. Often key witnesses, we feel that the facts very clearly point out to certain key witnesses who are missing from the list, and the cases often fail there. Then sometimes very small children are made witnesses. In one of our cases, a 3-year-old was made a complainant, and when this child was subjected to both digital and penile penetration, and had undergone treatment for mouth ulcers, a fact which did not form part of her medical examination or the police investigation report. And when the child's signature was taken by the IO on the complaint, the IO actually held the child's hand for that signature. So why would you make that child, a complainant? And the child had just joined the play school where the abuse had happened. So she obviously didn't know how to write her name, and the hand had to be held. So these are just small things. Sometimes, sometimes we feel that no, the victim only has to be the informant and the complainant, and we take it to the extent of, what I just shared. But this is a kind of, I think, training and information that needs to be shared with, our investigating officers and other police officers as well, who are there, at the police station dealing with children. I'll move to children in conflict with law. The law is very clear that FIR is only to be registered in heinous offenses or offenses which are committed jointly by children and adults. Apprehension is also to be confined to heinous offenses, that too if it is in the best interest of the child. Yet we find that these provisions are being flouted. We also find that where a child has been apprehended, information to the parents, to the probation officer, as required in law, is not sent immediately. The probation officers definitely not. Then we've discussed bail. An example was just shared about the fact that the SHO has the power to grant bail, but it does not happen. So those are other challenges when it comes to children in conflict with law. And indeed, we, for instance, last 2 years back, or 2020, we found that, there were children who were detained during the CAA and NRC protests. But the juvenile justice system was not connected with. Now, when you're detaining children, all you have to do is connect, call the CWPO at that point of time, inform the probation officer, and bring the juvenile justice system in place, in that action. I don't know why that does not happen. And that just that step about roping in the juvenile justice system can actually allay people's fears about police. We see similar situations in conflict zones, because there is a lot of detention that happens in conflict zones. I recently was talking to the CRPF Academy here in Gurgaon, and the only thing I asked them, did you inform the juvenile justice system? Did you inform the probation officer? If that was done, then a lot of things could have been taken care of.
Bharti, please.
Yes, I'll just wind up very quickly, just with the last point, which is about children and their involvement in organized crimes. I think all of us asked for the law to be changed and the age to be reduced, because we said that children are engaged in heinous offenses and organized crimes. But I think it's time we paid attention to the organized gangs that use children. We've had examples in Delhi. There's a Thak Giro case that I can share. There is a case where the principal magistrate ordered investigation on a drug selling racket that was using children. So we need to then now start focusing on the gangs who are using children, and not just make children as monsters who need to be punished and maybe also sent to gallows. So I'll end on this note. And one last point: data. Data is the key to planning and implementation, but we find a lot of difficulty with the way data is maintained, particularly for, one example is that we don't know what exactly is the magnitude of child sexual abuse, because offenses are there under IPC provisions as well as POCSO provisions. So what is the exact magnitude? We don't know. Then we don't know whether the, what is the specific offense that was committed, which falls under the aggravated form of penetrative or non-penetrative sexual assault, because that data is not available in public domain. Kidnapping, missing children data does not match. So a lot of work needs to be done on data as well. Yeah, I think I'll end there. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and apologies for taking more time.
Thanks, Bharti. I think it's very comprehensive and detailed information in terms of the area where we have to still work and then kind of improve. So I think that is more critical for all of us. I am not going to take much time. Now I invite Swagata, because based on her experiences and then the kind of past study research she has done, whatever kind of input she has to give, and also please suggest some of the recommendations that can be utilized for our further references. But try to be brief, because there is one more panelist, and I think most of the people we are getting delayed. So try to be more brief, and then we will conclude. With us now, Raju Sharma sir is also the part of this discussion. So I think jointly we can see the end of this program. What are some of the way forward, and what are some of the lessons learned that we can also sum up with. Thank you. Now, Swagata, please.
Thank you, Sanjay. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, visible.
All right. So thank you very much. My gratitude to the Rajasthan Police Academy and UNICEF for organizing this program. It has been very encouraging to hear all the promising practices that were shared earlier in the morning. I will launch directly into data that we have looked at in my capacity as a researcher over several years now, while I was at the National Law School as well as at Enfold. So I think I resonated deeply with what Anuradha ma'am had said, that, we have to move past our anecdotal experiences of policing and look at what the data is telling us. So what we find based on the several studies that we've done is that despite the coming into existence of the POCSO Act, the manner of handling of these cases continues to be fairly routine, especially the mandatory procedures like recording of the statement of a child in a place where the child is comfortable, ensuring presence of a parent along with the child. These are procedures that are not really complied with. It still works based on the convenience of the officer. And this results in a discrepancy when the matter goes to trial. Because when the child is asked, where is the statement recorded, the child will say police station. And, during our studies, we found that several IOs will say, no, we recorded it at the site or at the home of the child. And this gives room to the defense then to say that the investigation is not reliable. Next, we see what Bharti had already said, that information is not given, and information is a right. If you look at the POXO Act and the rules, this is a right of families to know what to expect in their case, what are the procedures, what kind of services are available to them, the availability of support persons, legal representation, and compensation, and several other. So this is something that still doesn't happen. One understands that it is very overwhelming for the police station and the IO, and this kind of information transfer is just practically at the moment seems quite difficult. What we also see, what Bharti has already spoken about with respect to the age-related documents, our studies have also shown us that the age-related documents are either not collected, or if they are collected, what is also done is that routinely at the time of medical examination, the doctors are asked to do the ossification test or do some form of medical age determination test. Now, what happens in court is the court is now sitting with multiple evidences on age. There is the document. There is also an ossification test which says the child is between 16 and 18. And just as capacity building is required for the police, similar capacity building is required for the judges too. We found that even though there is evidence on record in terms of school records, because it's not capable of being established or there is some doubt, they end up relying on the medical test, or sometimes even if it is proven, they still go with the medical test and says, okay, medical says 16 to 18, we will add +2 and say, okay, this girl is now 20, and therefore POXO will not apply. So a little bit of attention is required to this as to at what point in time in a case is a medical test required, and it should be done only with the order of a court. What we also saw in terms of data is that the aggravating offences under POXO Act are not reflected in the charge sheet. And this we were able to calculate because our studies were based on analysis of, judgments of special courts. Recently, we concluded a study in Rajasthan and we found that in 22% cases, this was not done. So where the victim is pregnant, the accused is a relative or a teacher or a person in position of trust or authority, or the child is disabled, we find that the aggravating provisions are not being applied. Earlier studies in Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra had thrown up a much higher number. So this is something that needs attention. Also, relevant laws are not reflected. Now we know that apart from POXO, there are several other laws also that refer to sexual violence. There's also the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. We've not come across a single case where, along with POXO, in a case involving a child with disability, provisions of the RPD Act have also been included. Now, the CWC is extremely important, and here I would like to flag the need for convergence between both the systems, the criminal justice system as well as the child protection system. So one is, of course, the need to give information to the CWC so that the CWC can then take over the care and protection aspect of this particular case and ensure that a support person is appointed, an order is passed to ensure a special relief in the form of financial relief or any other support that this child may need. This is not happening consistently in almost all the states that we have studied. The other thing is that POXO, very distinct from the Delhi experience, where we are finding in states that we have studied, Bihar, Rajasthan, even in Karnataka, we find that POXO victims are not necessarily being produced before the CWC, especially in elopement matters. When the couple is traced, it comes to light that the girl is a minor. She is produced before the magistrate, not before the CWC. And as a result, she is not brought formally into the child protection system, and that really affects how her case pans out, what kind of services she receives, and on whose order she can be released from these childcare institutions. We also came across instances in Bihar where the children were kept overnight in the police station, contrary to what the act says, because in that particular district there were no children's homes. Or the police kept them because they wanted to complete all formalities like production before the court, completion of medical examination. Now, all of this is completely contrary to law, and there needs to be a system in place to identify alternate facilities where children can be kept in the districts which do not have a childcare institution. So in terms of suggestions specifically to address these problems, uh, based on all the research that we have done, we feel that there is a need to create, need to pass specific circulars, especially to strengthen the relationship between the police and the child welfare committees, for them to understand what the role of the CWC is, to understand that the CWC is a quasi-judicial authority and has to be, information has to be submitted to them. We also feel that a template will be useful here because it is not clear how the information flow shall take place. So if there is a standardized template which can be then adapted from state to state, that will at least guide this information flow. A checklist is also something that is useful. What Bharti said, many of the things that Bharti said can go into a checklist, like what happens when it is a non-penetrative offense and the offense is being reported months after it took place. Do you have to now take this child for, a medical examination? What should you check before you take the child for, a site visit? So things like this can go into a checklist format. With respect to capacity building, apart from the legal aspects, what is also important to talk about is the growing jurisprudence around the rights of other identities. We have to recognize that children are not monoliths. They carry multiple identities. They could be children with disability, they could be trans children. So how equipped are we to respond to children based on what their identities are, what the laws around that say, and in what way can we take an approach that is trauma informed? Because a child who has suffered who has been subjected to abuse, a one time incident, versus somebody who's been abused continuously, versus somebody who's been abused continuously along with other forms of neglect and violence, the trauma manifests in different ways. So you cannot be treating them or expecting them to act in the same manner. So how will that reflect in the manner in which, say, a 161 statement is recorded? Management of biases, we have seen this. While there is so much emphasis on kind treatment to children, we find that the treatment of parents is very unkind. It's very commonly seen that the parent is blamed in cases of incest, or if the child has run away, the parent is immediately blamed for why that violence took place, and all of this is happening in the presence of the child. Interview techniques also, how do you take into account the developmental status of that child, whether the child has a disability, the child's communication abilities, the exposure the child has had? So all of this plays into how that 161 statement is recorded, and moving forward, how the police can interact. Now, joint training, Sony is here with UNICEF support in Karnataka. We are trying something which we think has not been attempted before, which is an integrated training. Because no stakeholder works in isolation of each other in the context of POCSO. POCSO requires everyone to work together. So now, if once the foundational training is done, can we bring people together in the room so that they are able to discuss at what point does, whose role begins, ends, how they have to work together, so that we see a more coordinated response in cases of POCSO. Similarly, in the next phase, what we are looking at is bringing IOs and PPs and forensic experts and medical practitioners together to understand what is the value of that medical evidence. How do you interpret a medical chemical examiner's report? How does the PPA interpret it in court? So important for each person to understand what role they play in this entire process. The charge sheet gaps are something that need to be addressed, and in that towards that, can there be better coordination between the IOs and the Department of Prosecutions, better convergence with the child protection system through quarterly meetings, and also linking with the block and local level groups that are present, because COVID has told us that it has been so isolating. Children have lost all the avenues available to them to report violence. So in what way do you strengthen relationships with them? Review meetings on a regular basis just to examine what are the challenges coming up in POCSO and how can they be dealt with. Another thing we've seen is that through our interviews with stakeholders, we found that sometimes costs are transferred to victims. So not only have they been subjected to violence, but now they have to bear the cost of going to a hospital, the auto fare to go to the hospital, or the taxi fare, or whatever tests are prescribed, something or medicines that are prescribed. So the cost is now being transferred to the family. So is there some way to make funds available on a timely basis? Because many a times we also see that officers are spending out of their own pocket, and that reimbursement comes much, much later. So something to address that, so that at least families don't have to bear this burden. I'll quickly also talk about the response in child labor cases. And this is based on a study that we recently concluded in Rajasthan, 46 cases of child labor that we looked at. and also interviews with various stakeholders. So what we noticed is that rescues that are being undertaken by the police or the AHTU with support from Childline or other NGOs, sometimes children and adolescents are picked up even though they are not involved in labor, or the adolescents are not involved in the prohibited forms of labor. So this requires some careful appreciation of what is now prohibited in the law, and in what circumstances can you rescue an adolescent and bring that child before the child welfare system. No independent witnesses were included during the search and rescue, and this is something that the courts have commented on. That this shop is in a public space. There are plenty of people walking up and down that area. Yet all the witnesses are the police officers themselves or the constables themselves, therefore shadowing the nature of that rescue. Then we also saw that there was a failure to seize the ownership documents, and the employer simply got away by saying, "I am not the real employer." So you've got the wrong guy, and this ends up in an acquittal. Again, similar to POCSO, there is a failure to collect age-related documents after the children are rescued. Site photos are not enclosed, or even if they have been taken, they are not included in the charge sheet, and this gives rise to the court doubting the nature of the rescue. And finally, the failure to record the child statement or that of the parents after a rescue has done has also resulted in an acquittal. So in respect of this, suggestions are similar. There needs to be a checklist on how to conduct that rescue operation. What are, the bare minimum, like how do you ensure that an independent witness is taken? One of the courts even went so far as to say that why didn't you use your power under Section 100 CRPC? You could have easily asked, directed someone to be part of that rescue. Also, an evaluation of the AHTU by an independent organization, because what is really the nature? There are lots of rescue operations that are taking place. There's lots of data out there, but how effective is this? And
yeah, try to conclude, Swagata.
this is the next is my last. So I'll just end with this. I think some of the suggestions have already come in. We saw the Sakhi Mitra initiative in Assam, which has this whole aspect of online access to information and laws for police officers. Something like this needs to be translated in all states. Uh, Towards trauma-informed policing, as I have said, yes, child rights-based policing, but it has to be blended with the trauma-informed approach as well. Empathy walks, and this is something to be considered. This is not new. Can we look at on-ground placements? I think Mr. Rajinder Pal Singh shared that experience of going to an observation home and seeing the children languishing. So what we are all talking about, empathy cannot be produced in a training center. It can only come with seeing children living the kind of situation that they are in and experiencing the justice system. So what would it be to go not as a police officer, but as a regular person, accompany this family who's trying to lodge an FIR in the police station, who's going to the court, who's going to the to the hospital for medical examination, or living on the street. So if this can be integrated into training programs. Bharti already spoke about the witness protection, the diversion aspect apart from bail, to also collaborate with civil society organizations. It's not simply letting a child go in a petty offense, but how are we linking this child to other support systems? The frequent transfer of CWPOs, this is something that everybody is already aware of. How can that be addressed to some extent, while also putting out what the career progression of somebody who's a CWPO is going to look like? If they're transferred, can they be transferred as CWPO to another police station? And thereafter, what is really their growth? The data is very relevant. I think Bharti also spoke about it. And how can we offer more disaggregated data? Like sir also said that it's children from a particular class who are entering our system when it comes to children in conflict with the law, and we have to understand why. So can we have more detailed data in terms of their age, gender, disability, caste, tribe, and so on? Elopement cases, what proportion of POCSO cases are actually elopement cases? It will be good to document this, because the law definitely needs to be re-examined, and what better place to start than police data itself. Also, the need to take evidence-based studies, and if the data that the police has, if you can trust civil society organizations to partner and look at this data from a viewpoint of not just being critical, but just to identify gaps and how it can be strengthened. And finally, I think self-care, people before me have also spoken about it. Self-care for vicarious trauma and restorative circles for frontline officers are suggestions that may be considered. I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swagata, because I going through your presentation, I think we have lots of input and thought for the further discussion and all. I introduce now Sony. I think Sony is one of the founder of the child protections in the country. He has more than 30 years of experience, and I really know he is currently working as a child protection specialist in Hyderabad office, and he has also worked with the Delhi office. And he is one of the persons who was involved in the formulation of juvenile justice rules, and then as well as integrated child protection scheme at the national level, and in many more. So I think welcome, Sony. Sorry, we have not much time, but I think we will able to cover it in 5 to 10 minutes, and then we can open for the discussion.
Thank you, Sanjay, for the good words. And am I audible? Okay. First of all, a big congratulations to the Rajasthan Police Academy for this initiative. Bringing good practices is very important, and I completely concur with everything that was stated by Bharti and Swagata, who have been journeying on this for almost equal amount of years with children and us. And I have just 3 points. The first is like, how do we really, in terms of the areas that need attention, how do we make sure that the policy legislation changes that is happening is known to our investigation officers and frontline police personnel? For example, the 2020 March 19 rules on POCSO is talking about Form A and Form B. How many of us have seen the checklist, which is the entitlement for children, and how do we look at the station house officer and the investigation officer? How do we really make sure that this is translated into action in the fastest pace possible? How do we incorporate these changes into our training modules and materials available, where a printed version may not be the ideal one? Maybe the e-module, which was being talked about by Dr. Sunil, is an ideal one. That is the first part of it, keeping ourselves abreast and how do we really use this one in terms of. The second is, there is a lot of power being given to the police in terms of diversion, in terms of how do we look at offenses which are non-serious, and those powers of diversion are judicial in its nature, and therefore needs to be responsibly and judiciously transacted. So this judicious and responsible transaction of additional responsibilities and powers that come needs to be a way of life which is guided and supported with adequate groundwork and support systems which is there at the field level. And the third one is, how do we really look at a collaborative form of work? In terms of collaborative, I'm in last 2 weeks, I was in a review process of POCSO SOP in Karnataka with police, judiciary, legal service authority, social workers, everybody around the table looking at what is working, what is not working. And we realized that necessity for pre-trial conferencing and detailing of the trial process and who comes in at what time, and making sure that there is coordination and convergence. And I think this is the whole responsibility. How do we share responsibility? How do we take others into confidence is going to be the way forward in terms of making a tangible difference. And finally, I do believe every police officer who works with children, in addition to the satisfaction they get out of doing a good work, needs to be appreciated and rewarded. And how do we create the space for that kind of an appreciation? 6 months ago, I was in an event which was organized by a state commission, appreciating railway police officers who had done massive number of rescue operations and had gone out of their way to be child friendly. And I think this reward for people who do exceptional work in terms of giving them a recognition and using our own aura, like what we are doing today, to make sure that we are able to bring in people from the grassroots level. I think Dr. Elias was talking about the necessity to make sure that it need not necessarily be an officer. You might have somebody from the lowest level of the cadre who might be able to make the difference. And how do we bring such people into training and platforms and using such resources in a manner which is useful to all of us? And I believe the process of moving and looking at areas that need attention has to be a collective process. We need to make the difference collectively. There are powers which are being vested with the police, which needs to be judiciously explored. Therefore, there needs to be training programs which are looking into more skill-based and not classroom transactions, but into skills of transacting such responsibilities. And together, I'm sure we will be able to make a difference in the lives of children. And the children whom we are talking about, whoever needs to be in contact with the police system, is a child who really needs all our attention and our first priority. Let us make this first call to children who come in contact with us. All the very best, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Sony. I think almost you have concluded the entire session by giving the three critical input suggestions. I thank Bharti and Swagata and the Sony. And going through the almost half day discussion from 10 to 2, and I think by the end of the day, it's lots of food for the thoughts and lots of points that I have noted it down. So almost 10 to 12 pages I have used to note the main key points that has been come out from the various things. I really want to highlight some of the points that has come out, like in terms of the best practices. I can't believe the country in which we live and the kind of the officers we have, and we all have worked together and created the number of the kind of the practices that is ongoing is huge. Almost 18 practices that I have noted it down. Just I want to highlight some of them that because it's taken time, but like Sisu Mitra programs, JJ Act e-learnings, then the role of the duty bearers booklet that talk about the each and every individuals, then the crime against children cyberspace of the Kerala, the social policing initiative. I think almost each and every state have civil rights and social policing input. That is one of the unique thing and things we have to need to invest in more. A student police cadre, child-friendly police station, child protections group, the Hope helpline kind of things that they have started for the children, Be Safe, domestic conflict resolutions, mental health and psychosocial support programs, Operation Muskan, One-Stop Crisis Center, de-addiction centers, even the de-addiction for the internet and all. And then also the Suraksha Sakhi, here as a Sakhi Sakhi Mitra. So these are the some of the points that have come out. I think as a part of this discussion, I also request the other distinguished guests and the participant, if you know something, already in the group, the team has shared their email address, and I request everybody, if you know something and it's need to be captured and documented, please share with us so that we can again do the follow-up and make it as a kind of final document and consolidate, so it can help all of us to learn from the other experiences, not just start from the crash from beginning. While going through some of the challenges and then the area that need special attention, so this is also a long list. Even the only three speakers has talked about. There's a long list that I have just listed it down. Out of all these things, like it's come out about age verification and the delay in it, the role of investigating officers and how we can make them more empowered in terms of providing a critical knowledge, information, and all. Sony in last talked about the collaborative approach because these systems required, especially the child victims, requires multiple solutions. It's not from the one only from the police, but it's a police also need to coordinate with a special juvenile police unit, child welfare unit, investigating officers, and the other and anti-human trafficking unit, and many more structure that is mentioned in the various acts and provisions. I also think if anything, any points from our colleague or the participants, if you want to raise, please share your view. I think 5 to 10 minutes we can take your view, and then we try to conclude it. So I want to see if somebody has any questions, any concern, or any suggestion. Please feel free to raise your hand and deliberate so that we can take your view also. Udit, you can unmute if somebody from the participant or somebody who want to share something or want to say something. I think it's lunch time and most of the because after listening and this online is more I think see more tiring sums because you just interact with the screen. So sometimes it's become more tiring. But hope we in the near futures after this consultation and the documentations, we will really look for having holistic physical discussion also depending upon the COVID situation. So if there is no any questions and concerns or any input from any of the other participants, then I think I move towards the closure of the program. Yeah, anything?
If anyone asks questions, they can raise their hands so we can unmute from here.
So there is no hand. So can we move towards to conclude the whole thing? So really, I thanks the entire team of the RPA and then the Raju sir, because Raju sir is currently has communicated me. He is in another meeting, so he communicated me. It's better you can invite the input and then guidance from the participant and then panelist if they have anything else and they want to share through the mail. And we will also share the mail ID in this chat box, and then also the team has been communicated. So I thanks Harmeet sir, Bipin Pandey sir for coordinating the session, Manoj Abraham sir, R. Nisantini, Ilyas sir, because he has very beautifully within the time he has facilitated the whole entire session. So I think the Ilyas sir, really thanks for your time and the input and then agreeing to moderate the sessions. And thanks to PV Sunil Kumar sir, Anuradha Shankar ma'am. I think she has left, but her input and the guidance on the training part was really very useful. Surendra sir, his document is really very important and I think it's required to be scaled up in the multiple languages. And he has also shared in the group, so I think we can also work it out and try to make it a state specific that module. So Bharti, Swagata, and then Sony. And then the entire team of the RPA and then the Mudit and then all who had facilitated to have this session useful and then productive on the time. So thanks all of you for your time and input and the guidance. I think we will try to collate the input that you all have given and the presentations we have received from all of you. So we try to make it a detailed document, and we will share with all of you also. And we try to put in on the website of the RPA so that if anybody who want to see and visit, and they can also learn from it. So thank you all. Santa Sinha ma'am has been really very valuable input in the inaugural session, and she has been also played a vital roles in terms of the highlighting some of the issues. So we will take the input of all and finally consolidate and try to make it finalized. So thanks for your participation and contribution for today's sessions. And I really request after that this session will be getting closed. And thanks from the Raju Sharma sirs to all of you. He has sent his regard and to all the participants and all. So thank you. Thanks all. So can we close it here only? Mudit? Thank you.